All right, we're here. It's Saturday night. It's time to shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone who's already in the chat. Kevin Carray 42 is there saying greetings, family. He says to like, share, comment, and subscribe. Help this channel to grow. I appreciate that message. NYC Sports Archives is here saying greetings, everyone. Looking forward to the show. Make sure you guys check out their channel. Make sure you check out their YouTube channels. So what are we doing tonight? We are going to be discussing the fact that Black folks, you always have options when it comes to your finances and your jobs, etc. We're going to talk about Yahweh Ben Yahweh. We're going to talk about the fact that Kevin Samuels has passed away. We're going to talk about what is the importance of homeschooling Black children. We're going to talk about Hawk Newsome calling the New York mayor a racial slur. We're going to listen to W.E.B Dubois's thoughts on Marcus Garvey, how he really felt. We're going to receive a message from the great Sangoma Credo Mutwa. We're going to talk about the propaganda machine that is the mainstream media. We're going to talk about how people are living in waste and excrement in the wealthiest country in the history of man. Talk about the power of herbal medicine, and maybe if we have time, the future of currency. I want to thank you all who are tuned in tonight. We got KW Don 7 saying Sawabona. Peace to KW Don 7. I want to thank everyone who's here tonight. I'm going to drop the link now for anyone who wants to join. The Hash Rally podcast is here as well. I'm going to drop the link. Anyone who wants to join can click the link in the chat. You can join the panel. What we're going to do now is start the show officially. And on the other side, I'll drop Shoot the Breeze prompt number 1 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is W.E.B with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. It's Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Let's see, we got NYC Beauties in the chat. Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here. The Pro-Black Perspective is here saying a lot of yes. Hotep fam. Welcome all of you guys into the room. Jonelle is here as well. We got Jay also in the chat. Hopefully Jay will join us on the panel in a bit. So thank you all for tuning in tonight. Let me welcome in Kevin Carey. Kevin Carey, how are you doing this week?
Good, good. Just been researching a lot, man. Just very excited about the future.
Okay. I think we're going to talk about some of that probably tonight.
Excellent.
Yes. So Mr. Untouchable is in the chat saying he's here. I see he's connecting to the studio right now. Let me grab topic number 1 tonight. Topic number 1 is hold on, it's coming now. Topic number 1 is always have options. Always have options. This came with a link. Let's see what the link is about. Always have options. Let's shoot the breeze. Topic number 1 tonight. Okay, so let me share the screen. So this link tonight takes us, it seems, primarily to an article. America's workplace has changed in 5 key ways because of COVID-19. Make sure you guys can see. Okay. When COVID-19 started to rip through the global workplace in 2020, it spawned job losses, shattered businesses, and triggered many older workers to leave the workforce, often earlier than planned. It happened fast. It was a breathtakingly brutal, and no one was prepared. It was breathtakingly brutal, and no one was prepared. The result, our lives and our workplaces were fundamentally changed in ways I detail in my new book, In Control at 50 Plus, How to Succeed in a New World of Work. While these trends were percolating prior to the pandemic, they sped up in the last 2 years and could prove a boost for all workers, but especially older ones. The pandemic has accelerated a movement to think of work and life in a more open-minded way. Jeff Tidwell, CEO and founder of Next for Me, told me, no matter the age, over the past year, we rethought what work-life balance could be, including the time we spend with our families and communities, and even where we live. Here's how work has changed. So midlife entrepreneurship is increasingly popular and viable. Meet the new boss. It's you. In the new world of work, entrepreneurship and self-employment will be a go-to solution for a growing number of adults over 50 who have either a burning desire to be their own boss or yearn to take control of their destiny. The Kauffman Foundation, which studies entrepreneurship, saw a steep uptick in startup activity since 2020, with most of these entrepreneurs 45 and older. Older entrepreneurs typically have more capital, knowledge, and experience than younger entrepreneurs, and as a result, a higher rate of success than their younger counterparts, according to a study by MIT researchers. I think we get the idea here. Let's welcome in Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, how are you this week?
I'm good, brothers. How are you all?
Good,
Greetings,
good.
man. Greetings.
Okay.
Good. Let's welcome in Jay to the panel. Jay, how are you this week?
I'm okay. Maybe it's noisy in here. I don't know if you hear anything background noise.
Not too bad. It's not bad.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm okay this week. I'm in Ziguinchor, the second city in Senegal in the south. I arrived 2 days ago from Dakar. I'm sort of excited. I mean, but let's do the show.
Yes, absolutely. We got a few more people join the chat. Let me just shout them out real quick. We have Lero's in the chat saying peace, loved ones. Ketter's in the chat saying peace, family. So yeah, Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 is we always have options, and that article that it linked it to is talking about entrepreneurship. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this article and the prompt that we have up on the screen right now?
I think that I have kind of have some of your sentiments.
Hmm.
By the way, there may be background noise where I am too because it's thunder and lightning out here. But
Okay.
yeah, I take your thoughts and sentiments when you talk about this whole idea of entrepreneurialism. Everybody want to jump into it, but not
Hmm.
realizing that 80% of these businesses won't be around within a year. And
Hmm.
then as the time goes on, in 5 years, that percentage kind of like increases. But what I would say is, we should study the ideas of business. We should study the ideas of. You don't have to necessarily go into a business. I know people don't like to wake up and do the 9 to 5s, but you could
Hmm.
also invest in businesses that are successful, that has proven themselves to been around for a long time, that is profitable. You could take your money and invest it into those businesses. You don't always have to go in business for yourself. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
I just personally think that this whole idea of everybody want to jump on this bandwagon of entrepreneurialism is not as easy as people would think.
Hmm.
And yeah, and you should look at, as far as long term, in terms of looking at business and studying business before you just jump out the window and decide to open up a mom and pop shop somewhere. These things need to be considered first, because the media would make these things look nice and shiny. You know what I mean? But the reality of it is much different from actually the 9 to 5s. I know people don't want that thing of, security to go into insecurity and taking risks. But all these things involve it as far as business is concerned, and I think that these things should be studied before we could actually jump onto it and actually do it. There are some people, few, who's gonna make it, but by and large, you know, to a degree, I feel like sometimes we need to be realistic in looking at these kinds of ambitions and ideas. You know, become well equipped in your skill and make yourself invaluable to what you're already doing. And then you might not necessarily need to jump out the window. People will be willing to pay you for what you can produce. As a part of a company or industry or whatever. But that's where I am with that, Coco.
Yeah, a lot of people aren't made to be leaders, really, and to be an entrepreneur it's you being a leader too. And so, like I said a few weeks back, most people want to be led. And so yeah, so that whole entrepreneurship is not for the majority of people, in my opinion. Jay, what say you to that?
Well, I do very well as advisor, in the staff. That's where I do well, and advisor and pull certain responsibilities towards me. That's where I do well. But I am not the the independent entrepreneur. I'm afraid I'm not that. I'm too friendly. I see things as us, let's do it together, and kind of romanticized.
Hmm.
So I have failed many times in the past 20 years that I'm trying to be independent, and I, and that's why I'm excited, right? So I have yelled a few things on social media, like, yo, do you see those opportunities? It's just a case of doing this and that. And people have reacted. People that want to put in money, people that want to invest in things that I said, that, hey, it's just a case of doing this and that. And people actually want to put in money. So I'm excited. Again, it's going to happen. And I don't know, man. I have to be a leader. People, I met new people, and they want me to be the leader. So it's not, a lot of times you're being scammed, right? People. I call it. People want to be your child, right? You're coming from the West, and they expect that you are rich, and those are the people that I met a lot of times. And now I'm into another frequency, and people demand me to be the leader. So everything that comes in via me. So they literally said, we're gonna write the we're gonna write the bills, but people are going to pay you, right? And yeah, it's I'm not that man. I'm like I'm like when we were 18 years old and we saw something exciting to do and we did it together. That's still me at over 50, right? And that's not the right attitude to be an entrepreneur or a leader. But yeah, I have to. I guess I have to.
Mm. Before I go to Kevin Carrera, let me ask Jay and Mr. Untouchable this question: do you think it would be a benefit for Black folks to aspire to having an entrepreneurial spirit, but not necessarily be entrepreneurs? Let's start with Jay on that one, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that's who I've been. I guess that's who I've been the past 20 years. So I have made Endeavious successful, very successful. But my role was more into the driver behind the curtains, right? The driver out of sight, and propaganda. And I'm using the word propaganda because I'm trying to change with our people. Our people are afraid of that word.
Yeah.
But where I should have said marketing, I am going to use propaganda on purpose. So I was often I was the propaganda man, and it seems that I'm quite good at it. I've yeah I've Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. So yes, I think so. Yes, I think so. And a lot of people like me, you know, I rather have someone else be the boss. I rather have someone else be the leader.
Mm.
So I'm guessing most people rather have someone else be the leader. That's what I guess, but it's of
Yeah.
course in my head. That's the world, of course. So I'm guessing most of the people are like that because I am like that. I guess leaders think that most of the people think they want to be leader.
Interesting. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
You know what? Based off of what the brother just said, I think that he would make an excellent leader because from my experience, I found it in the opposite direction. I found that most Negroes around me, they all these Negroes trying to be leaders with no skill to back them. In fact,
Right.
I found that many of our leaders are ill-equipped for leadership. You know what I mean? They know nothing about it. And sometimes these things lead to disastrous results. Disastrous results when you have people sitting in positions of power and leadership and are ill-equipped.
Uh, uh, Continue. Let me answer that. Go ahead. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
these people are very much ill-equipped for it. And this has happened not only in the Caribbean, but throughout a lot of the Black world. I've discovered that. But as far as entrepreneurship is concerned, I think that all of us to some degree are self-employed. And why do I say that? I think that we develop a skill and we offer it to a business, whether it's through a contractual relationship or contractual obligation. And if we don't fulfill or live up to the commitment that we promised the company or business that we assign ourselves to, then they're going to, cancel our contract and tell you go somewhere else. Yeah. So based off of your own efforts and merit, you decide whether you're going to you will stay employed or you're going to no longer be employed with a company. So to some degree, I feel like we are all self-employed. We just don't necessarily call it like that. As far as entrepreneurialism is concerned, I think that's just a little bit different. I think that that's really just you going off on your own and establishing yourself, as a business itself. You are actually trying to be the entity, and you hire people to do certain things and that nature. You actively seek out different contracts to offer your service to various different businesses instead of just assigning yourself to one particular business per day. So I mean, tomato, tomato. Some call it entrepreneurialism, some call it self-employment, some call it employment. But I think it really all boils down to the same kind of thing, at the end of the day. But ultimately, I think the desire for people to be entrepreneurs, in particular within our community, is they don't want nobody to tell them what to do. But at the end of the day, somebody gonna always tell you what to do, even if you're an entrepreneur or not.
And finally, Kevin Carre, what are your thoughts on the prompt and everything that's been discussed so far?
Yeah, well, I have to agree with the second point of Mr. Untouchable's point. Even if you don't have the skills to run a business, you can always invest in it, or the capital. Good example, I spoke about this many times. Investing in REITs, R-E-I-T, real estate investment trust. You don't have to have a house or a big company. You can invest in it. You want to invest in big pharma, you can invest in that too. You don't have to have any skills. So it's all about priorities and how you look at things. The traditional ways of doing things are over. Like Koku, I'm in the city just like you. I'm coming from a major train hub. And years ago, I'm seeing, midday, early morning to midday, it's very crowded. And even rush hour coming back, it's very crowded. I'm going there, there's hardly anyone in the subway station. On the train, hardly anyone. And this is on 2 occasions. So what you're seeing is people not going back to the office anymore. There's still people that will go back, but the majority are saying they're staying home and they're doing things. It's just, we're living a new era where technology changing thing, and it's gonna be big. But think about this too, like the mayor of New York City and the president of the United States telling people, oh, it's time to stop working from home and go back to the offices because, a lot of the landlords are losing money. Because, as I said,
landlords and businesses. I mean, they have the whole public transportation system. All that stuff is tied to people going in to a brick and mortar job. But continue.
Yeah, all I'm saying to end it is like we're in a new era. You have to adapt or be washed away with a tide.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight. Unless someone else wants to add a last word. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 tonight is the life and times of Yahweh Ben Yahweh. This came with a link. We're going to check it out.
Anthony Brown was one of 80 residents of an apartment complex that was bought by a controversial religious sect. The members call themselves Yahweh, or Black Israelites. They lost no time in cleaning up their new property and trying to evict tenants.
I'm going to stay here until I get eviction notice. I don't care what they say. I do, because they ain't going in. Just simple as that.
Less than 12 hours later, Brown and another man who had resisted eviction had been shot to death.
The members who had previously identified themselves as belonging to the Yahweh sect gunned 2 tenants down.
The Yahweh sect has prospered in Miami. It is believed to own close to $2 million in real estate. Its membership runs into the thousands. Secrecy is a hallmark. Cult members believe themselves to be the true descendants of the biblical tribe of Judah. Critics say they espouse hatred of whites. Their leader is, or was, Moses Israel, a one-time black Muslim. In recent years, Yahweh members have been accused of child abuse in New York and of a firebombing in Delray Beach, Florida. Today, the frightened tenants of the apartment complex were moved to a neighborhood center, while the Yahwehs defended their actions.
All we did was move in and clean up.
But the police said it went beyond cleanup. A member of the sect was arrested this afternoon and charged with murder. Juan Vasquez, CBS News, Miami.
Finally, members of a so-called religious sect were once honored for fighting drugs and saving inner-city buildings. Now they face criminal charges. Doug Tennell has our report.
Federal agents arrested leaders of the Nation of Yahweh in simultaneous nighttime raids in Miami, Atlanta, and New Orleans. The charge, racketeering and extortion, including 14 murders and the firebombing of a Florida neighborhood.
Lots of men, machine guns, guns in the face. That's what I saw. It's dark.
The central figure in the indictment is Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the group's leader who claims to be the Son of God. The Yahwehs, as they are known, accumulated substantial wealth in the early 80s, including several Miami businesses and a fleet of expensive vehicles to match their flowing robes. Many of those arrested were members of the group's security guard, created to protect Yahweh and enforce his will. Yahweh called his Miami headquarters the Temple of Love.
I'm the Prince of Peace, and that when we become the people of peace, that the whole world will help you.
But the government indictment paints a different picture. It accuses the group of murdering former members who strayed from the organization and describes ritual killings of whites in order to gain entry into a super-secret subgroup of the Yahwehs called the Brotherhood. But the Yahwehs were not just a fringe group. They ran their own grocery store, medical care units, and even vegetable gardens to help support their followers. Yahweh's militant tactics for dealing with drug dealers brought him wide support in the black community.
What does America look like trying to take property from a productive segment and give it to drug dealers, give it to drug addicts? I say, hell no. Yahweh is God. No.
The indictment alleges that after Yahweh ordered several of his followers to purge the drug dealers from a neighborhood in Delray Beach, they obeyed him and drove the pushers out with firebombs. Doug Tennell, CBS News, Miami.
And that's it from here for this Thursday morning. Back to Harry.
The pre-dawn raids began on a number of fronts as a Metro-Dade SWAT team was surrounding the headquarters of the controversial Yahweh religious sect here in Liberty City. Yahweh leader Ben Yahweh was being arrested in New Orleans. FBI agents also arrested his second-in-command, Judith Israel, in Atlanta. The arrests come on the heels of a federal indictment handed down last week.
The indictment is officially a racketeering conspiracy indictment that charges numerous predicate acts as they're known. It charges 14 different specific murders of named individuals. It charges 2 attempted murders of named individuals, charges arson in Delray Beach outside of Dade County, and charges extortion here in Opelika on an incident many of you will remember in 1986.
Yahweh and 16 of his followers are named in the 3-count indictment. They are accused of systematically carrying out acts of violence over a period of years in order to extort money and property from victims. Ben Yahweh's attorney, though, says the charges are false, brought on by former members of the sect, and pursued by U.S. Attorney Dexter Leighton for political reasons.
I guess he was waiting till the excitement of his wife's reelection was over until he wanted to become a star on television again. After they removed him from the Noriega case, he has to do something, so I guess Yahweh Ben Yahweh was number 2.
All but 4 of the 17 people named in the indictment are in custody now. 7 of them were arrested here in Dade County. Ben Yahweh has been instructed by his attorney to waive extradition from New Orleans and could be back in South Florida by tomorrow. If convicted on all counts, could face 60 years in prison. In Liberty City, Rick Chambers, Channel 7 News.
Followers of the Yahweh faith kicked out of federal court. For security reasons, the sect's trademark white robes and turbans are forbidden attire in the courtroom, except for those on trial.
I feel violated as far as my constitutional rights.
In a riveting opening statement, Assistant U.S. Attorney Richard Scruggs laid out the racketeering and murder indictment against Yahweh Ben Yahweh and 15 co-defendants. Scruggs says some of the 14 murder victims were black, some white, all killed in cold blood. In 1986, for example, the Yahwehs allegedly evicted by force tenants of an apartment complex purchased by the sect. The 2 men who resisted were later found murdered. This man, former Yahweh Robert Rozier, is the star witness for the prosecution. He pled out to 4 murders and will testify for the feds against Yahweh and a number of co-defendants. The defense in this case is playing it close to the vest. Out of 16 attorneys, only 4 got up to deliver opening arguments. Those that did slammed the government's witnesses as a pack of criminals who can't be trusted. At the same time, they held up the nation of Yahweh as a legitimate religion with some unique ideas.
And I think it's precisely because of some of the things they believe in that they're being prosecuted.
But does that excuse alleged murders, 14 of them, supposedly?
And I clearly said in my opening statement that my client didn't have anything to do with any homicides and that the religion doesn't condone that type of activity at all.
Prosecutors allege former members will take the stand and say Yahweh Ben Yahweh told them to cut off the ears of murder victims to prove the deed had been done. Jurors were warned they'd be shocked. But the Yahwehs maintain their religion is no racketeering enterprise and their leader no criminal. In Fort Lauderdale, Susan Kelleher, Channel 7 News.
Little children dance in the spirit of play, but these children of the Yahweh spiritual sect scatter when an adult comes out to tell us to leave. Yahweh University doors are closed. A woman in the back can't tell us when they will open. The children are friendlier. At one time, the Yahwehs proudly displayed their wealth, estimated at $7 million in Dade County property. But when their spiritual leader was arrested, it was the beginning of a fight to fend off creditors. 1 month after his arrest, the sect failed to make a payment on the Yahweh Economy Motor Inn. It's now in new hands. Did you know this used to be a Yahweh motel?
I know it used to be Yahweh.
And why did they lose this motel? Do you know?
No, I don't know. I don't know anything.
A Yahweh warehouse is long abandoned. A nearby printing plant has changed its name, changed owners. Bankers say the Yahwehs once brought bags of cash into deposit. Their formula for wealth? Followers sweat equity and creative financing, turned ruins new again, allowing them to accumulate more. But that was then. Today, the Temple of Love is foreclosed, remnants in the road of what was once a business bonanza.
The former Temple of Love is now the Temple of Trash. This place was closed down last August. The contents strewn outside. Basically, it's a disaster. Community leaders say that is one thing the spiritual leader did know how to do right. He knew how to put new spirit into fading Miami properties.
They have had the best hotel facilities. They had revitalized the buildings that they had bought. They were in top shape when they were turned back over to their property owners. And we are very, very proud that whatever they have done it with pride and dignity.
But the only last visible reminder of that Yahweh pride is the Resort Villa Hotel on 2nd Avenue. Wealth is not in their vocabulary now.
I was wondering if this motel is still open. Yeah. Is it open for business?
And inside the grocery store shelves, a reminder of what was once a poverty to riches story. Jane Acree, Channel 7 News, Miami.
In traditional white robes, heads wrapped in turbans, Yahweh followers file into federal court. It's day one of the trial of their leader, Yahweh Ben Yahweh. He's charged with masterminding the murders of 15 people, some defectors from the sect.
He's in an upbeat mood. He is spiritually endowed, as all of us obviously know. And I think his spiritual well-being will carry him in this case.
Along with Ben Yahweh, 15 followers, so-called angels of death, are also on trial for allegedly committing the murders. Members of the black religious sect believe they are the original Jews. To some, they are saviors of the inner city. To others, they are members of a temple of terror. Potential jurors in this case are subject to extensive questions about race and religion.
What television shows they watch, whether they're religious, whether they regularly attend church services, things of those natures.
Former Yahweh and confessed killer Robert Rozier is the government's smoking gun and is expected to testify he was directed by Ben Yahweh to murder defectors. But sect members, denied access to court because of their clothing, say it's their religion that's on trial and their leader who's being persecuted.
The government will argue that this is a cult. We will argue that there was allegory and metaphor being spoken when Yahweh Ben Yahweh was speaking. And therefore, I do think that religion is going to play a major part in the case, notwithstanding what some may.
This is the image we have of the Yahwehs, devout followers of their leader, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, the self-proclaimed Son of God. So mesmerizing the street stories went, his followers would do anything he ordered. He was extremely pro-black and fervently anti-white, as Ben Yahweh once admitted to me in 1989.
Preached that the white man is evil, that the white man is a liar,
Do you still hold to those theories?
Oh, of course, those are not theories. Those are facts. White people are not saints.
But those images are incorrect, these supporters of Yahweh claim today, adding it's their leader in jail who is now the victim of racism.
This case represents a travesty of justice because it has too many racial and religious overtones.
Ben Yahweh was arrested last November and charged with racketeering and extortion. In addition, according to his indictment, he reportedly ordered his loyal followers to murder 14 people.
The federal grand jury has brought to an end an era of extreme violence, an era of murder, extortion, arson on the part of a group within the South Florida community.
But today from his jail cell, Ben Yahweh claims it was all a plot by the white establishment to destroy his black congregation.
Where a whole religion is indicted and a whole nation is indicted.
Today, the U.S. attorney was unavailable for comment, but the government reportedly has former Yahwehs who will testify about Ben Yahweh's criminal activities. And while Yahweh claims he's lost his freedom, he's also losing his empire. At the height of his power, Ben Yahweh claimed his properties, hotels, apartments, stores, were worth nearly $250 million. Now, all that's changed. His temple, his pride, has been trashed, and many of his properties have either been sold or seized. Yahweh's supporters aren't certain how much property they've lost, just that they've lost quite a bit.
Because there was, in fact, a falling off in the community of support. Again, mainly because of the negativity that was attracted and the aspersions that were cast out on this particular group of people.
But in a month, Yahweh will go on trial. Then we'll learn if he's a victim of racism, as he claims, or as the government charges, just another crook hiding behind the cloth.
Anthony Brown.
All right, Yahweh Ben Yahweh. It's interesting story there. The prompt says the life and times of Yahweh Ben Yahweh. Let's welcome in Gaston Up. Gaston Up, how are you doing this evening?
I'm good, everybody. Hope you all are good. Hope your week was perfectly good and no stress, no trouble.
Yes, sir. You saw the little video that we watched there. What did you think of Yahweh Ben Yahweh? Were you familiar with him to begin with?
I heard of him in passing. I didn't really study him as much. I heard him in passing research on some earlier stuff with like the history of NOI and earlier Muslim movements that came into the United States. There was a guy on the West Coast who did some interesting things in early just interesting
you're breaking
stuff.
up. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yeah. I can hear you now. So after you said
Yeah.
the guy who did interesting
So I just said, there was a guy on the West Coast who did some interesting things in the early 1900s. Then of course you got the Moorish Science Temple. So I read briefly about him, but I didn't go into detail. The video, just to sum it up for me, I think, I don't know if he's a criminal, even if he was a leader who committed certain acts. At the end of the day, every U.S. president is guilty of murder. Every European leader is guilty. They have blood on their hands. So if he's a leader and he had to have some blood on his hands, that's unfortunately the price of power. But I will say this, I do find it beautiful that he was able to, create that wealth. But this is, for me, when I see that, I'm like, man, this capitalism game in this country is very difficult to win, because they did this the same game they did to Garvey. So acquiring assets in this system with them, I'm not saying people shouldn't, but just be very understanding that if all else fails, the white man can always just come with the big Billy Club and bust you upside the head and throw you in his jail and accuse you of all kind of things. The other point I want to point out is that I always just, and I tell this to people all the time, man, this brother could have taken his people, and moved to he could have bought some land in Ghana, because Nigeria is a little rough, but he could have moved to Ghana. He could have moved to anywhere in Africa. Heck, he probably could have moved somewhere in the Caribbean too, and been able to, even if it's not just stay there permanently, but he could have got the assets, like he was acquiring the assets over in the U.S., managing them and sending some of those funds to build, something for his people in Africa or the Caribbean. I don't know why Americans don't ever look outside to build wealth. It's just, they just get caught up with this stuff. But I'll stop for now. I don't want to blab too much. Go ahead.
No, that's good stuff. I appreciate that. Let's go to Kevin Conway 42. What say you to this?
While observing, quietly observing the video, I just saw this was a hit piece. Just the way the media attacks this man. They're saying, oh, he was accused of murder and all this, but they always say, oh, they killed this person, but they don't say what the other people were doing. Then again, we're in Florida. People have guns. You never know if these rednecks coming down trying to shoot up the place. They would defend themselves. And who knows about the other guy? Who knows if the guy was dealing drugs? Because you remember in the early 90s, I think here in New York City, when the Nation of Islam would clean up the projects, they put an end to that because they saw how successful it is. That's one thing this government can't stand is, as Gaston says, is when you accrue assets. Koku, do you remember this group called Buffney in New York?
No.
All right. They were called the Black United Front of New York, right? They had acquired a lot of property upstate. And you know who took the property from them? Elliot Spitzer, the former governor. So what I'm seeing is a hit piece. And you saw the way that white reporter took joy in it. Oh, $250 million was worth, but now it's trash. That's all it is. It's like you build something in this country as a black person, you do it the right way, and they come in and destroy it. Rosewood, Wall Street, Paradise Valley, all these different towns that were destroyed by white interference. But I digress.
Thank you for that. Jay, did you know about Yahweh Ben Yahweh?
I've heard the name, and that's about everything. That's about all. But I agree with the previous opinions that you can't hardly build something in the United States, and why don't African Americans think about leaving? Build in Guyana. Why can a white pastor take about 1,000 people, mostly black, to Guyana and have them kill themselves? And why can't a black leader not do that? Except for the suicide, of course. But what I haven't heard yet is the cleaning part of this quote unquote sect. Cleaning up the hood, cleaning up the Section 8, the degraded Section 8,
Yep.
even against our people that stand in the way.
Yeah.
You stand in the way, we move you out of the way. I must confess, I like that. I like that. I'm sorry, I like it. I liked what I saw. I'm sorry that he got caught, or that they came in with the club. Indeed, they came in with the club and took what he had. I'm sorry, but I liked what I saw.
Yeah, I think that aspect of the video, I think most people would just overlook, especially our people. But that was an interesting aspect, and it kind of coincides with a thought I've had for a while, and I heard Umar Johnson echoing it the other day. You're going to have a serious fight with some of our people in this thing called the streets. You're going to have a serious, and it's going to have to be vicious too. A serious brawl is coming with those guys. In the chat, Tanzan is here saying, greetings, Black family. I'm catching up. Greetings to you, Tanzan. You could always join the panel too if you'd like. Daily Affirmation by Pauline, who's down in Florida, says one of his major followers was in the news lately. He has a huge house and yard in Miami, and a shooting broke out. He said his neighbors had it out for him because he was a Yahweh and Trump supporter. Also, the Yahweh still meet in Miami, maybe not in as large a following as before, but they are still worshiping. Okay. Let's hear from Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
Yeah, two things. Two things. One of the things is, well, three things really. One of the things is that if you there used to be a war in Algeria, a war for Algeria. I think there's a movie on it where the Algerians was fighting against the colonial invasion of France. And one of the leaders of the revolutionaries of Algeria, the people in Algeria, was Ben Bella. And Ben Bella was actually trying to do a similar thing in organizing his community to have a revolutionary spirit. And one of the things is he was really trying to get the people who was the junkies, people who was hooked on drugs or whatever, out of the community because he understood that they was compromisable. So what he did was he gave the druggies in his community a time. He's like, listen, we warn you all. We're gonna go against the French, so we need to have a united front. So what we're trying to do is create a spirit of revolution. And we can't have the druggies around because y'all are gonna compromise us. So he basically gave them a time. And the people who didn't want to conform to what he was trying to do, he basically ended up outing their lights, turning their TVs off. You know, this is one of the things he did. If you look at different revolutionary struggles, even in America, there were people who didn't want to go along with the fact that America wanted to be independent. They wanted to stay with the British. And what did America do? America and building their nation had to get rid of them. You know what I mean? They either kill them outright or they was traitors to the nation of America at the time. This brother had the same kind of fight within his community, and I know it's ugly because we don't like to be the aggressors. But if you're trying to clean up the hood, there will be people who benefit from the fact that they sell drugs in their communities and things of that nature, and they ain't gonna stop. They don't want to stop. They benefit off of the chaos. So what do? Either you allow them to stay there, and one bad apple spoils a whole bunch because you have children watching these kinds of acts, and they gonna want to copy these people, or you get rid of them. See, America want niggas in the hood. They want them in the hood. Why? Because they are unproductive and they spread that unproductivity among everyone else. But soon as you start saying soon as the men in our community start saying we're gonna clean up this community, either you get out of here or you done for. You know what I mean? And America really don't like that. When did America really give a shit about a black drug dealer in the hoods of Miami? Only until this man started cleaning up that neighborhood and making the property valuable in that area and start changing the mindsets, whether you agree with his religion or not. Start changing the mindsets of the people who lived in that area. Then he becomes a threat. Now we give a damn about black life and who he murders and kills and takes out. When the fuck did America give a damn about the deaths of 14 drug dealers? If it was 14 drug dealers that he killed, but that's neither here nor there. But the next point I wanted to address is there were people who actually did look outside of America. In particular, this is a group of people whose leader was Ben Amin. His name is Ben Amin. He took, I think he was a black Israelite as well, and he took a whole group of black people out of America. First, they did go to Liberia. And then I think they went to Ghana, and ultimately they settled in this place in Israel named Dimona. So if you brothers want to look this guy up, I think he died a while ago, but he did establish a group of black people within Dimona. Now, I don't agree with his faith or religion, but I agree with the fact that the man did take people out of the hoods of America and they try to reestablish themselves. And that society seemed like it was thriving at one point until the Jewish government started to clamp down on that and say, well, we don't want you. When we talk about Jews, we wasn't really talking about your niggas. You know what I mean? So now they having issues, but this is coming like after generations, 30 years. Young people, he brought kids, he brought family members, he brought many people to Dimona, Israel. And eventually, their children became citizens of Israel and things of that nature. But there are people who attempted. But I study black cults in particular because their ability to organize, and galvanize is something that is, for me, is a fascinating thing. and also their ability as far as creating foods and businesses and things of that nature. These are positive aspects of the so-called cults, and what drives Black people to really, unite, for a productive purpose. Now, of course, you're going to have some fallout from that. You're going to have people who take advantage of the situation, sleep with a bunch of different women, and sleep with young kids like Malachi Z. York. But even with these guys, their ability to organize and structure and create a so-called small society within a society itself, you could really train your people in a really productive way, man. And I think it's sad that he wasn't able to flourish, but I think that he should have connected outside of the borders of the United States and go look elsewhere. But I just think that he didn't have the time to do it, But respect to Yahweh Ben Yahweh, from what I'm looking at him.
Well, why do you guys think that Black folks, to me, are seemingly more susceptible to a religious cult versus, say, a socio-political cult? Any thoughts on that?
Because truthfully, we are communal people, and we are really seeking community. And the religious aspect, Islam, the Hebrew Israelite movement, it does foster a community. You have in Africa, we I hate to say it, we don't like the European concept of democracy. We like a quote unquote big chief that is a benevolent patriarch that is held, in check by maybe a council of elders that can control any excess that this big chief does. And that chief is responsible.
You're breaking up again. Nah, you're breaking up. Let me mute Gassim up for a second while he fixes that. Jay, what say you to that question I just asked a second ago?
What was the question again? Why religious instead of social?
Instead of socio-political cults.
I don't know, man. Maybe in our nature, the temple is the university, is where we get together, is where we plan, where we've been strategizing for thousands of years. I don't know why we pull to this religious underbelly. In the meantime, underbelly happenings. But sometimes it works. Sometimes it works, like this guy. In my eyes, it worked, but he in the belly of the beast, the beast can always come in with his club and club you down, as Mr. Untouchable beworded it, and take all your stuff. But I think it worked. Even Jim Jones works.
Right.
Jim Jones works. It works.
In the chat, Athrazer.
I have a structure, but again, I'm not that leader that can enforce that. I miss something. I'm good in propaganda, but I miss something to pull the propaganda towards me. I can do your propaganda, but I'm very bad in selling myself. Well, I have even if I say it myself, I have a genuine genius religion ready to be exploited and to explode.
Okay. Jay, I'm gonna talk now. So in the chat, Athrazer says there's organization around the acknowledgement of spiritual truths. Organizations perish when they don't openly acknowledge it. KW7 says Amos Wilson taught that if we made a serious effort to clean up the crime in our communities, we would have to fight Urugu. Athrazer says the spiritual is indiscriminately available to all, regardless of logical facilities. Azuliism is here, but he's in the chat. He says, because we know we are the children of the Creator. Kevin Carey, you heard what everyone had to say to this follow-up question. What say you to it?
Well, this is my opinion only. We're a social people. We always gotta have be around. We always gotta have other people around us. You know, that's how we grow the community. You know, but through, especially in America here and in somewhat the Caribbean, through all those years of slavery and brainwashing, you know, we're gonna always fall for Jim Jones or Joel Osteen or, you know, all those white, even to a point, a creft for a dollar.
Right.
It's just a mindset.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, but not least, Mr. Untouchable, why do we gravitate more to the spiritual cult versus the socioeconomic cult?
I think that at our core, that as Mobutu, they was doing interview in Mobutu, and he was discussing the people of the Congo, and he understood that his people were complete deists. That's what he said. The word for them is like deists. You know, we always have this idea of spirituality, and even Papa Doc Duvalier in Haiti, he understood that even though, you know, he was a doctor, a medical doctor, you know, he used the spirituality of voodoo, you know, to really galvanize the people. Well, everywhere you go, you know what I mean, we have this sense of spirituality, but I think that, you know, we could use it. I think that sometimes we try to, especially a lot of the nationalists sometimes try to disassociate themselves away from the spirituality. And I think that this was the failing. Well, I think that this was the problem with Malefe Asante, because he was an atheist and he was propagating, you know, Afrocentricity. And at our core, you know, a lot of people are deists, man. We have this sense of the divine, divinity and the creator and spirituality and all those things to be considered. And when you're trying to galvanize your people, you must know who they are. This was a success of Garvey because he used the different churches. He wasn't necessarily tied to one particular church. He used the different churches. He understood who he was dealing with. Sometimes people say you have to know your audience. You have to know your audience. If I talking to a bunch of white folks, I know that appeal is not necessarily spirituality. So I got to talk them another kind of way. But if I talking to a bunch of black folks, I know what is get to them. This is just, and I can use it to forward, you know, my so-called social and political ideas and philosophies. And I feel like that was his success. Sometimes you have to couch it. And this is the danger of a person like Jim Jones, because Jim Jones, he at the end of his life considered himself to be a socialist. You know what I mean? And he going far left. You know, but he started off as a preacher. He used the spirituality, and a lot of black people get killed because of it. So I think that it could be useful, and I also think it could be destructive as well. But I don't think that we should disassociate with it. I think it should be used for a specific purpose and to forward our aims and objective, whether we call that social or political or economic and so forth.
Maybe we need a reset. Maybe we need to get away from that for a spell and then come back. Well, what would you say to that, Mr. Antonio?
It's very difficult. See, I would be I'd be one of the first people to say, you know, we need to throw that God religion in the garbage can. Yeah, I mean, I'm the first one to say that. But I also understand where our people are. It's like them sitting in the classroom for 400 years and being told one particular thing. And then you trying to, in one day or a few years, you know, to really redirect their thinking. That's almost like pulling the rug from under them, saying like Jesus don't exist. What? You know, most people who've been indoctrinated from childhood believe these things. So I think that strategically, I think it should be used. And I think that, you know, not necessarily one big take to yank the rug out from under us, but maybe in inches rather than in feet, little by little. And when you take that away, there'll be a void there. So you must fill it up with something else. Because if there's a void left over, when you remove that idea, what we consider to be Christian spirituality or whatnot, you must replace it with something that the people who could believe in and could follow after and say, okay, so since that's been taken away now, I have something else to replace it with. I could go on, because people need that, well, especially with us, they need that sense of spirituality. I don't know why it's there. It just is. I don't know.
In the chat, before we welcome the next panelist in the chat afterwards says it's not just that we gravitate to it, but what they achieve when under these spells. There is an untapped power. He goes on to say you have to embrace the spirituality of the people and be respectful even when it is misdirected. Let's welcome in Urzuli to the panel.
Urzuli. Hey, what's up? I'm fine. I kind of, if you look at all the major, if I'm gonna use the Haitian Revolution for example, without the spirituality, without the belief in the spirituality, they might not be where they at. And technically, what they say who started it was the spirituality, was the Afro or indigenous fire that started it. So I think that we should, as a people, we should always integrate that, because that's where the technology is at. Until you tap into it, you go. So I'm not saying that we should. That's why Mr. Untouchable said something that I was thinking when he said it. Like Duvalier used that in the wrong way. He used it because he knew the people were about that. But what if he had used that for a greater cause? So if even when we use the civil rights movement and we use who was the leader, is like Martin Luther King under the guise of Christianity. Even if we're gonna use X is under Islam, all type of spirituality. So the reason I don't think we should take that out. That's part of it. The reason why I feel like when I said it is that I think instinctively Black people believe in a higher power, and they don't believe they could do nothing without the higher power. So if I think that's what it is. So if you hear, even when you ask any Black person, like when they win a big award, who did they say thank you first to? To the creator, whether it's the creator that they give us, that's another story. I think we have to find out who our creator, who our spirituality is genuinely, then to use that. But I don't think I don't think that it should be cast aside, talking about, oh, nah, we don't need that. We need to be like social political. How many social political shit worked? But I could tell you a couple of revolution that worked during the spirituality. So that's how I feel about that.
Can I add something to what Azuri just said?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just sitting there listening to what he said, he has a very excellent point. And also Jay, spirituality, yeah, you can have all that social political stuff. Yeah, that's one point. But if you don't have the fuel, the energy to drive it, it's not gonna go anywhere. Think about this, right? Remember before people go to war and say, "Oh, we gotta get the spirit in us. We gotta get these soldiers getting ready." I remember the army used to use something called. You can look on your own time. There's a late '90s song called "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor." You listen to that and you see what I mean. But think about this: before any war general goes to war, he has to give that riveting speech. Or if you watch football, the same thing. Yo, look what these guys did to us last year. They came on our field and they destroyed us. Aren't you guys gonna be ashamed? Aren't you tired of losing? You're driving that force up, and that's what it is. Spirit is that energy. But I digress.
Thank you for that. Before we move to the next topic, let me ask Uzuli. Uzuli, were you familiar with Yahweh Ben Yahweh?
I heard of Yahweh Ben Yahweh mixed with the other guy that Mr. Untouchable spoke about. I think they were enemies, or they were supposed to be against each other, but I never really heard about Yahweh Ben Yahweh like that. But I heard the name. Is this a new piece, or this is an old piece they talking about?
This seems like a collection of old.
Yeah, I heard of him that he was just like the guy that, what was the guy Mr. Untouchable just mentioned? What's his name?
Malachi
York. Yeah, Malachi York. They were like both the same type of people, garnering people, creating wealth. But at the end of the day, I don't know if the guy was doing. How are they able to hang you like that, bro? Like it's like, I understand people saying that, oh, they come for us, but no, you have to let them in. Because if you don't let them in, the only way they'll come for you is by the bullet.
Do you think also? the people that he killed, the drug dealers,
or whatever.
Hold on. Zuli, mute your mic. Okay, Kara, go ahead.
Yeah, do you think that the people that he killed were informants for the police or the feds? Think about that too.
Probably, but they will use anything to come at you to get what they want. So I'm not really familiar with his story like that. But if I'm gonna piggyback on the other guy, York, let's say the whole thing with York is a lie. Like the whole pedophile, all of that thing is a lie. If that's it, then we effed up. If people could create all this stuff and say this is an out lie, because a lot of people believe it's a lie, and a lot of people say it's not. So I don't know where I'm at with it, but maybe I'm being a little snobbish, but I'm thinking that how are they able to get to you if you're not partaking on unscrupulous behavior? So I don't know, man. But again,
remember too. Oh, sorry. A lot of these organizations, when they grow too big, they become infiltrated too. Remember, the guy that turned state's evidence was the one that was top commanders.
So I'm gonna say this. An elder told me there's two type of people who want change: the person who wants change because they really want change in the world, and the people who want change because they're at the bottom. So when you're recruiting people into your system, there's a dangerous person, the one that wants change, not because of righteousness or moral values, but because he's not getting money, or but because he's at the bottom. That person will sell you out any day. So,
thank you for that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3 tonight. Yep, it's going to be discussed because it was a thing that happened. Kevin Samuels has died. Died at a pretty young age, too. This came with a link. Let's see where this link takes us. Takes us to, so that's Kevin Samuels. Breaking news, Kevin Samuels passes away at 56. Image consultant Kevin Samuels, I hate when they have these things. Kevin Samuels passed away at age 56. Kevin Samuels was best known for his misogynistic views on women, and black women in particular, was reportedly found unresponsive in his home. According to Atlanta Police Department, Samuels was with a woman when he started to complain about having chest pains. He collapsed on top of her, and she called 911. When paramedics arrived, they administered CPR, but he was unresponsive. His cause of death seems to be cardiac arrest. So here's a tweet, more details on Kevin Samuels per Atlanta Police. A woman met with Samuels and spent the night with him. She ID'd him as Kevin Samuels. Samuels complained of chest pain, fell on top of her, and she called 911. Officials performed CPR. He was unresponsive. News of his death spread like wildfire on social media, where he was trending on Twitter. Many users spoke their minds and shared mixed reviews of Samuel's passing. See what they had to say below. So here's a couple of tweets. Ray the writer says, I don't believe Kevin Samuels is dead, for the record, but me not feeling bad if he is doesn't mean I'm celebrating it. He went out his way to be cruel. We are not required to mourn virtues he didn't show. And asking black women of all people to show tact is audacious. Someone else comes along and says, I don't know why people have an opinion. If you're glad Kevin Samuels might be dead, then you're weird. Everything I saw about that man was him being misogynistic, fatphobic, and anti-black. And he just constantly perpetuated harmful rhetoric and bigotry to incels. Who cares either way, to be honest? Another tweet, dead or not, Kevin Samuels wasn't the reason why you couldn't get a man. He told you the reason, and you got offended. That's Brandon Thaxton. Another tweet says Kevin Samuels has made a career off of shamelessly disgracing black women for profit. He emboldened the most toxic individuals to project tired and harmful narratives about black women. Dead or alive, what a disgraceful life to live. That's all I've got for that misogynist. So, yeah, Kevin Samuels has passed away. Let me start with Gassed Him Up. gas him up. What were your thoughts in general about Kevin Samuels, or what are your thoughts after his passing?
Is my mic better now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So, I mean, I was having this conversation with Jay. Kevin, I think served his purpose. May he rest in peace. I think some of his stuff was a little bit mean-spirited in how he approached some women and some men. But overall, I think, he had a clear message of trying to create accountability for Black women. I mean, his first, his earliest content was geared towards Black men. He just recently crossed over to talking to Black women. So, he was trying to hold Black women accountable. I mean, it's a community thing. Like, look, nobody wants to say it. In my observations, a lot of the Black women in America are out of control. I mean, if Iyanla Vanzant can say it, if Shahrazad Ali is saying that in the 90s, it is what it is. It's not like this is an attack on Black women. They're out of control, and Black women don't do a good enough job of checking the behavior of other Black women. I always give the example. I say, if I'm at a barbershop and I say, hey, brothers, my chicken was cold, so I punched my wife in the eye, somebody might fight me. Or, at least they'll tell me off. 9 out of 10. It's not like some guy code, like, yeah, you punch in the eye, we all beat women. Like, no one's going to do that. But you'll go to a beauty salon, and these women will hear their fellow women do all kind of evil, took them to child support for no reason, not to say if he's a piece of crap. If he's a piece of crap, do what you got to do. But good men who are being mistreated, and these women don't have anything to say. It's just like, I can't say nothing, girl, It's like, so I think Kevin was holding them accountable, and making them have a different, like you would see some women call on the show who were totally dysfunctional, having this most unrealistic standard as to what a man should be doing for them. And it's like, well, if you're not even qualified to be with this, why would you expect a so-called high value man? My thing with Kevin is quite often my thing with a lot of commentators, but again, this is the West. They're very Eurocentric in their outlook, right? So when he would do the weight thing, I don't know, like other than morbid obesity and just like unnecessary or unhealthy eating habits, where I come from, we like our women thick, right? So I don't know the whole dress size thing, but again, that was his preference, right? So I'm not, I think women should prioritize their health, right? But we do like our women thick where I come from. I don't know about him. But the other part I had an issue with was that I think he was pushing men into a way of reference. So you got all these young guys who are trying to be high value, and for them, they're saying, look, I have a lot of money, you should submit to me. And it's like, my personal opinion, I don't think that's how women work, right? Women don't just submit to you because you have a lot of money or whatever. They have to like you. There has to be some sort of engagement there, in my opinion. So, but other than that, overall, man, I think he served a good purpose. He brought accountability and awareness, whether they love him or hate him. He was largely right in a lot of his criticisms towards Black men initially, because his first few years were towards Black men. And then when he started getting at Black women, I think he was largely right in terms of holding them accountable for their behavior and their lack of accountability to each other. So that's all I have to say about that.
All right, thank you for that. I'm going to read some comments in the chat because Lero's comment stands out. This sums up my sentiments pretty exactly. She says, I have no opinion on Kevin Samuels, R.I.P. But I think Black peoples and Black women in particular who seem to be most upset by him have extreme issues with accountability. That's my real take on it about Kevin. As a matter of fact, I posted a poll, and I see it got a good number of people responding. If you haven't responded to the poll, by all means, go to the community tab, and you'll see I asked a question. I say Kevin Samuels has passed away, RIP. question of the day was Kevin Samuels positive, negative, or neither for today's Black community. And most people thought he was positive. In comparison to negative versus neither. But, you know, a good number of people were, you know, either indifferent or thought he was negative. So I thought that's interesting. You guys could add your vote to the poll as well. House Rally Podcast says, imagine dancing on a man's grave because you didn't like his opinion that he voiced on his own personal YouTube channel. People are sick. Daily Affirmations by Pauline says Kevin was with a woman who he said were low value. Okay, I didn't know that. She says, so he said one thing and did another. Earlier, KW7 said that Yahweh Ben Yahweh, there was allegations of child sexual abuse in that as well. The pro-Black perspective says, damn, I ain't vote. LOL, I didn't care for him, but I think Black people have father issues. I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. Yeah, I kind of know what you're talking about. I don't think, and again, I wasn't a disciple of this guy, but I don't think whatever perceived father issues some of his man followers had was greater than some of the things he really was talking about. Now, I did hear recently that, you know, it was said that he said something like beauty standards with the Eurasians, white women and Asians and stuff like that. And I you know, I have a big problem with that, of course. But a lot of the other stuff he was saying is just true. I mean, you know, it is what it is. Like Gaston said, a lot of that stuff is just true, and folks need to just own up to it, man. Like, if you're a woman and a certain this and that over a certain that and that, then certain things will happen. Fair, you know, there's reactions to actions, man. There's consequences to stuff, and so he was just telling folks some. As a matter of fact, there's a Black woman. I want to say she might be Muslim or you know, NOI or something like that, who's big on YouTube. If any of you guys know who I'm talking about, just blurt out her name.
Is it Kendra D?
Pink book.
Is it Pink Book?
Yeah,
Okay.
Pink notebook or something like that.
Okay, I was thinking it was Crimson something, but okay, I guess it's Pink. Yeah, she has a big follower, and she says the same shit that KS was saying.
It's Crimson. What you said?
Yeah, Crimson, right? Yeah. Yeah, Crimson. She says the same stuff, just as harshly, and you don't hear women complain about her saying it, right? But because a Black man was saying it, it was hugely problematic. Anyway, let me continue with these comments. The pro-Black perspective says it was a Latina woman. I thought his Latina fetish was too much, so I'm no fan. Coach Peter says, saying blessed night. Pro-Black perspective says, I think the men and the women have father issues. It's weird. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, Kevin was said to have a clean lifestyle, but chugging Red Bull and allegedly snorting cocaine. Come on. I heard it wasn't cocaine, but it was Viagra and Red Bull and all that kind of stuff. Plus, I heard he was like a cancer patient for many years or something of that nature. Let me continue with the panel. I spoke to gas them up. Kevin Conroy, what say you to this?
Yeah, I didn't really care for the guy too much, but one thing I may not like your opinion, but I respect your right to free speech. You know, but that's what I gotta say about him. I really didn't know much about. I never really thought like that.
Okay. KW7 in the chat says, I am indifferent to Kevin Samuels from an African-centered perspective. He was anti-African in his worldview. He venerated Thomas Sowell. Okay, see, I didn't know that. Harsh Reality Podcast says Shahrazad Ali echoes a lot of the same sentiments as well. Absolutely. Yeah. Let's hear from Jay on this one. Jay, where you are, were you familiar at all with Kevin Samuels? I know you are on these YouTube streets, so you probably heard about him.
I liked him when he was speaking to me, to the men. when he was giving me the whip that I needed, right? I liked him. Then he switched to women, and at a certain moment, I lost him completely. He was like an entertainment channel, inviting these women that want to hear their voice. You know, these the sisterhood of Satan, or the last ones, or the sisterhood of Satan, come in and be who they are, be those bitter um, worse than useless community members. So the brother Yahya, or what's his name, Yahweh Ben Yahweh, he shot a couple of men, 50 men. And sometimes when I hear these members of the sisterhood of Satan talk, I'm like, this one needs her head cut off. I'm sorry, man. I'm not sweet anymore. Especially after what I read yesterday and today about the reactions. You know, you just hit two or three of those bittersweet members of the sisterhood. Also I also heard something that us men also love to believe about black men, that it was drugs, it was cocaine. No, it was Viagra, and we all see him drink his Red Bull all day. So yeah, don't do it, man. Young kids of 16 years old die of heart attacks for drinking that shit all day. So why are you drinking that shit at 56 or 57, right? But there's so much social media shed some light on our women, our females, I'm sorry,
Talk about it.
our females. So much light, and they only get worse. They don't have something like, oh damn, look at us. No, it's not, oh damn, look at us. It's okay, I'm not alone. I can continue with my bullshit, right? And it's only getting worse. And people are talking about no healing and trauma this, trauma that. Bullshit. You are creating traumas on with the fathers of your children and our children. You are creating a trauma. You are a cancer. Stop it. Die. Go somewhere and die. I'm tired of the shit.
In the chat, KW7 says Kevin Samuels was a gender banger. He is on one side of the gender war. Cynthia G is on the other side. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, I definitely don't rejoice in his death. Let me hear from Mr. Untouchable here.
Koku, to be honest with you, I didn't really listen to his content. I've heard like some people, some Pan-Africanists speak and critique him, and that's really it. So I can't really have a true criticism or analysis of mine, because I really didn't listen to any of his content. So I mean, I guess the other brothers probably have the question. One quick question though. What does fat shaming mean?
Yeah, that's $1 million question nowadays, right?
Yeah. I ain't gonna reference it.
Fat shaming.
Yeah, what that mean?
Basically, from how it's being used, it just means that because you tell women about their size, their level of fatness, or what have you, that you're shaming them.
All right. I just didn't know. All right, thank you. Appreciate that.
And fat phobic, I guess, is you have a fear of fatness or something of that nature. Razuli, I'm sure you're familiar with Kevin Samuels, his general message. And in fact, you and I actually spoke briefly about it in a text.
Yeah, my thing with Kevin Samuel is Kevin Samuel was not Afro-minded or indigenous Black American-minded. It was very capitalistic-minded. That being said, I didn't go for him for that. But when he was talking about the gender issues that happen between women and men, and he wasn't only focused on Black women. People want to say that but he's told a lot of truth that a lot of men were feeling and are still feeling. A lot of the Black women don't like Kevin Samuel because, I'm going to say this, women lack accountability, and women are living in this society, American society, that does not hold them accountable for anything. So just like Mr. Gasimov said, if I walk into a barber shop and I start cursing and there's women and children there, the men are going to be like, yo, chill, dog. No, not here. Not like this. But vice versa, women don't hold each other accountable. I've been in rooms where so-called good women hear a woman say something wrong. They don't check them. Well, that's, you know what they say? Or that's her feeling. That's her truth. The killer of this century, of this world, is gonna be when people say, "Oh, that's your truth." That's the biggest crack of bullshit I've ever heard. That's my truth. So that means because that's your truth, I mean it's true. So I did feel, I don't know if I felt sad about Kevin Samuel, but I did feel a little thing in my stomach when I heard that he passed, because at the end of the day, I didn't listen to Kevin Samuel as much as I used to because he was very capitalistic. Louis Vuitton, this, that. I was not into that like that. But for people to rejoice, when Kevin Samuel speaks, so said, "Oh, you're a 5." Yo, being a 5 is not unattractive. I could find a woman. Goku could say a woman's a 10 for him, and I look at it as a Google, nah, bro, that's a 5 for me. So Kevin Samuel was rating women, this and that, talking about, oh, this is rough. Please, Caribbean people do it all the time. African people do it all the time. Black people were never scared to freaking judge you on some BS. So even with the thing with the fat shaming thing, I guess they've never grown up in a Caribbean home, or they've never been to a Caribbean country. And the fact that I don't think Kevin Samuel was saying thick women were unattractive. There's a difference between thick and being overweight and being morbidly obese. And again, if somebody a lot of Black women, not Black women, women in general, I seem to in this generation, even when I look back, they don't want to be held accountable for anything. And they are backed up by a system that don't hold them accountable. Us, anything we do, we are held accountable. So at the end of the day, I do feel a way that Kevin Samuel passed as a human, even though a lot of things I didn't agree with. But I didn't think Kevin Samuel was mean-spirited. I never heard Kevin Samuel said abort all Black women babies. I heard Black female get on the internet and said abort all Black boy babies. And YouTube didn't do nothing about that. So is it a loss? I don't know if it's a loss because Kevin Samuel has been what Kevin Samuel said, Sherazade Ali said it, a bunch of other people have been saying that. So, but I feel a way about it. I'm not saying I'm gonna cry, but he was 56, and again, eat healthy. That Red Bull and then Viagra, all of this stuff, bro. Come on, man. You're not 21 no more. All that thing that you need to hump. Yeah, it's a different stage in your life. I'm not saying not to hump, but all that, nah, man. So it is what it is.
All right. KW Don 7 says Kevin Samuels was an American-scented Negro. I guess that's in response to something Razuli had said. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, my question is, were your mother or grandmother fat? Or was she a regular woman? His view on size was skewed. I don't think his view on size was
No, let me get that. No. His view on what is fat now? Obese now is still fat and obese back then. Let's stop that. He was skewed. No, there's voluptuously. When a woman is voluptuous versus a woman is overweight. Just like when a fat man, an obese man now will still be an obese man in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 2050s, 2060s. Let's stop that. He was not skewed. You know what? I'm not gonna say that. He did say that his rating scales, like you're supposed to rate 120, 140, or whatever. But still there is a weight when you like 40 pounds or 50 pounds over your size. Come on. It's the funny thing I see is that women are allowed to criticize men for not having money, for being broke, for being fat. But once a man says, "Oh, you need to lose weight," oh, that's misogyny. Yeah, we need to stop that.
Yeah, I have to agree with what Razuli said there as well. Men are judged and are shut off from whatever based on their size and whatnot. And you know what most men will tell a man who's gone through that? Most men will say, dude, if let's say it's a woman think you were too big, if you're too big, go lose weight. Like that's what men will tell other men. But for some reason, we go and we tell that to women, and it's the end of the goddamn world. Razuli, you want to add something there?
I was gonna say this, like what you just said. If my boy come to me and said my girl said, "Oh, I'm overweight," I'd be like, "Dude, you are overweight. Go to the gym." Or if your woman tells you, "Oh, if my boy is just not looking for a job and he's just doing this and that," I'd be like, my woman be like, "Bro, get up, go look for a job, bro. It's not that hard." Like we take accountability. If my woman tells me, "Hey, Gunner, you kind of fat. Hey, you kind of fat, bro. You need to lose some weight." You think I'm gonna be like, "I'm all right. I'm gonna look into it. I'm gonna do it." But women, you can't tell them nothing. Everything now is fat, full, big. This is full. What?
Hey
Stop.
man. Hey man. I don't know about y'all, man, but I'll bang Lizzo. Yeah, I mean, I look at things a little bit different because if I see you as a big woman, to me, you could cook good. So I mean, I will see how you cook it.
And that's a problem. You laughing, Mr. Unshot. That's a problem because Lizzo is unhealthy. Lizzo is one thing away from a heart attack, and you saying there you will bang Lizzo, and that's why Lizzo will never lose weight because there's a Negro like you who'll be like, "Oh, I'll bang you." But mind you, you wasn't talking about like you wasn't talking like that last week when somebody was next to you, though.
Hey, that don't mean
No, but I Daily Affirmations by Pauline asked the question, but did their size mean they were low value? The thing about that size thing, right? I mean that low value thing. Sometimes people use some terminology that can be grating, and can irritate. The reality of it is this, man. You take the average man. There's a bunch of men on this panel tonight. I wish there was a woman on the panel. There's a bunch of men on the panel. But you take the men on this panel and you put out two women, one obese, one in shape. The chances are 80 to 90%, if not 100% of us, is going to go for, and again, both attractive, but they're going to go for the smaller gal. And that's just how the world works. You can argue about it if you want. That's a waste of time. It's just how it works.
Koku, I'm actually gonna go for the girl who has assets. I don't care about the size. I care about her assets. What's your bank account like?
Yeah, what's overweight? I don't understand. You have to give me a size. What's the size?
I don't worry about the overweight. I just want to know, can she work? Does she work? Does she have a job? Does she have a pension? Does she have health insurance?
You mean like Precious overweight or Lizzo?
No, that one's a little bit too much overweight because she'll die in a week. But I'm saying, what is her pension like?
Yeah, you gotta tell me what the size level we're working with, what you consider to be overweight, because
we're gonna
talking to Caribbean and African men, brother.
We're going to exclude this untouchable.
I'm gonna say this. Daily affirmation: being overweight or obese, I don't think lowers your value as a person or as that. No, it does not. But in the dating game, it doesn't give. It's not a plus, especially in America. It's not a plus. I don't know. Maybe where in the neighborhood where Mr. Untouchable is, you could be a top notch. But in America or in most of the area, being overweight in the dating pool game is not a plus to me. So that doesn't mean you're lower value. I don't understand what she's saying, Kevin Samuel, but I think Kevin Samuel was maybe saying that in the dating pool, if you want to be If you want to be big and you want to be, you could do that.
Yeah,
My thing
go
is,
ahead.
if you want to be overweight, you could do that. But do not tell me I'm fat shaming because I don't want to date you.
Right. You know, it's simple as that. In the chat, pro-black perspective for some reason said he's not into the gender discussion. All right. Well, Derico Cooper Photography is here saying peace, family. Then he says facts. Pro-black perspective says, I think that's the crux of the problem. You can't come to a woman like a man. That's a rookie mistake. Now, you see, that's the nonsense right there, too. That's the nonsense we get in the conscious community, too. Actually.
Yeah, that's the thing that he's talking about. Happy wife, happy life. Shut you can't come up to her like she's a man. What are you talking? Women ask for equality. When you tell them something straight up, you can't. See, that's the sucker shit I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You can't come up like we're not talking about physically. We're not talking about that. Women say they like honesty. Women say they want the truth, which is a lie. But I don't understand it. And the thing is, I'm gonna have to disagree to gas him up, talk about, I care about access. Men don't really care about a woman's asset. We care now because of the society we live in right now. No, you don't. No, you don't. So if you're making $100,000, let's say you're making $300,000 a year, you care that your woman is making money?
Hell yeah.
Nah, you might want an intelligent woman. To me, most men don't care about women's assets, pension, because you know why? Most of the time, the woman is not gonna share that shit with you.
And that's why they're
her money. Your money's her money. So let's.
And that's why, brother. And that's why they're in the Queen's courthouse crying after she divorces them.
I get what I'm saying, but I'm saying that men generally don't care about a woman's bank account. But
that's why they're crying when they get divorced.
Who, the women, the men or the women?
The men. You keep saying men don't care, and that's why they keep crying. It's like it's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over
but
and
there's a way
expecting
to
different results.
But there's a way not to cry. You don't marry them.
In the chat, Zuli, can you work on that echo thing that's going on? In the chat, Derico Cooper Photography says, speak that truth. Pro-black perspective says, old joke when I was younger was if a woman asks you, does this dress make me look big? ... He says, dying, Mr. Untouchable fiending for Lizzo. KW7 says, if you measure the circumference of your waist at the belly button and you are a female, 35 inches is max from a health standpoint. For a male, it's 40 inches. Right? Daily Affirmations by Pauline said gas them up was correct. Pro-black perspective says Precious still alive. She ain't dying in a week. When he says that with a smile. Daily Affirmation by Pauline laughs. KW7 says the acceptable fat percentage for females is 25 to 32. For males is 18 to 25. So he's giving you the clinical definitions of fat and all that kind of stuff. Derico Cooper says if a man is not, by the way, shout out to Derico Cooper, man. Good to see you coming through and participating with us on a Saturday night. Derico says if a man is not 6 foot plus with a six-pack, abs, and six figures in his bank account, he is low value to the modern woman. Athazar says we want women we can build with spiritually, in richer and poorer.
And I'm gonna say, can I say one more thing, Goku?
Yeah, go ahead.
When I'm talking about, for me per se, the physicalness of a woman is not the end and all.
Right.
The physical is what gets me to look at you and be like, But if you're like physically attractive and then all of this, and you're a poor person, and your personality is trash, we're not dealing. The best you could do, I could have sex with you and move on, or if not, I go my way. So the end and all is not the physical thing. I just want to say that men are really visual. So if they choose, you ever seen a man with a woman that's like a 4 or a 5? But people be like, how is that attractive man with this woman? Okay, she might not be physically attractive, beauty-wise, but she might have a shape and her personality might be nice. So it's not in all talking about, that's not what I'm saying, but I'm saying that it is important that a woman, nobody's born overweight. I've never seen a baby born, a 40-pound baby, come out of the womb. So we need to manage that, and all the food that we're eating that are not good for us too. And a lot of people who are against Kevin Samuel they are addicted to crack food. That's what it is. Because what's his name said it? Dr. Sebi said it. And when Dr. Sebi died at 79, they always going at him to the same way. Oh, how you was all healthy and you died at 7. So I don't know, man.
Hey, y'all leave my big woman alone, please.
Shout out to Elutra, man. The pro-black perspective.
Elutra is big. Elutra small. See that?
I'm just joking, by the way. But shout out to Elutra for real, man. That's where my grandparents were from, you know. Pro-black perspective says, I think everyone looking for something different, but yeah, telling people to lose weight ain't bad. I don't think that's the crux of the issue with the last word I'll take on this one, man. Kevin Samuels was a guy, I think it was Jay who said it, who used to criticize black men heavy. And I'm not even a fan of the guy. Like, I'm not a follower. I never subscribed. I just happened to see like things here and there. But I remember early on, before he really blew up, seeing some stuff from him, and he was going in on black dudes. And it was all good advice. You know what I'm saying? The other thing is, a lot of those incidences where he was pretty mean-spirited towards or harsh with black women, an important thing for people to remember is that those people went to him. They went on his platform. They went seeking answers to certain questions. And when they got belligerent with him, he was equally belligerent with them. And that's, again, a person who's not even like a follower or subscriber to his channel. I think that one of the two biggest problems that we have is accountability and consensus, man. We have a big problem with consensus. We bounce so, I mean, that needle bounced so far back and forth between what is decency, like, you know, what is good, or, you know, what is in our favor, etc., man. But that shit bounces so far, and that's really a destructive force within our community. Before we go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4, Lero says, not saying that this is what y'all discussing is about, but conversations of desirability are somewhat futile. That's an interesting take. Conversations about desirability are futile. Dr. Sebi, Dorico Cooper Photography says Dr. Sebi died because he was in jail and didn't have access to his expert diet.
Can I say something? Can I say something about the guy that just said that job is futile? No, it's not futile, because that's what brings men and women together.
That's a woman.
Oh, that's a woman? Okay. Well, it's not futile because that's what brings men and women together to create life. So it is not futile. And if you find it futile, is this your first time here? This is Shoot the Breeze. We speak about different topic that's going on in the news media. This is one of the topic. I don't understand.
You know, there's this thing, man, and it became a good joke from Bill Burr, that the difference between harassment, like, you know, like how dudes be seeking behind women and stuff like that in the street. They have a name for it, catcalling. The difference between harassment is how good you look or how bad you look. That's literally, and all evidence shows that. All evidence shows that the difference between a woman feeling harassed by a catcall, harassed or not, is on how good or how poorly the guy looks.
Hey, Coco, it's funny you say that. I saw a meme. You talk about the catcalling, but there's one about HR. They show like an attractive guy, in a well-tailored suit, flirting, and they show like this big guy with like a triple chin, harassment.
Yeah, that's just what it is, and that's just the world. That's not even a discussion of gender or something like that. That's just how it is with human beings, and we got to deal with it accordingly. Dorico Cooper Photography says you can't go from premium to regular at 79 and expect good results. Boom. Arthur says there was an NPR call-in radio program that I would listen to with my dad. Click and Clack, the Tappet brothers. They would ridicule car owners who ran their cars into the ground. Lero says, LOL, it is kind of futile because people like what they like, and weaponizing why people don't find you attractive is a cope thing. All right. Global Black Empowerment is here, saying I'm late, but here to dialogue. What up, Cuckoo? I'm right here, man. Let me just drop the link again. Anyone who wants to join the panel discussion, you can click that link. You don't need anything extra in terms of software or hardware. You could be on your phone, click the link, and I'll let you on the panel. Lero says, and this is true, she says, but I tune in to Shoot the Breeze every week, and she does. She's actually been on with us before, as a matter of fact, on the panel. Arthur says, you could do a similar show with men. We call in and ask why we can't find Mrs. Right. They tell us our standards are unrealistic. It's jokes. All right. So there goes the link. Anyone who wants to join can join the panel. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. What is the importance of homeschooling Black children? This came with a link that I have to copy again. Give me a second. By the way, shout out to W.E.B and Onitase and the Revolutionary Matron. Those are folks who are also on this podcast network, KWAZ Radio. We are also simulcasting. We're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, and we're on the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel as well. So shout out to all of you who are at those different locations tuned into the show. Let us, while I'm still trying to get this thing, let's bring in Lero. Lero, how are you tonight?
I'm good, Koku.
Lero, I'm beefing with you. You don't respond. You didn't respond to my email.
You emailed me? You know, I was waiting for an
Yes.
email and I didn't see one. I
Check
gotta
your
check my
spam then.
It's probably in my spam. And
Lero, who's been here before? Lero, what say you to all of this?
I mean, to the conversation on like, I get the importance of, you know, desirability in the sense that, you know, this is what brings us together, you know, of course, opposites attract, whatever. But like, I think people put too much importance into it because like people like what they like and everybody's different. And I guarantee, like, you go into reality and all these codes and people say, you know, you're not going to get a man unless you're this, this, and this. But there's couples existing that, you know, don't fit into these parameters that people are trying to set, you know. And I don't think, you know, people have the right to like shame you. Like if somebody said, you know, oh, I don't like big women or I don't like broke men. Like, yeah, you know, kind of bogus in a sense to some people, whoever, but like coke. I mean, you know, it just is what it is, right. You know, at the end of the day. But I still feel like, you know, life is just not monolithic like that. And so it's just people getting in their feelings about it, whether you know, on the positive side, negative side, it's just kind of, I don't know. I don't see what people get out of, you know, those type of conversations. But that wasn't what I think you guys were talking about. That was just my opinion, because people kind of bring in the design aspect into a lot of these type of conversations. So that's all I was saying.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 while Lero is still here. What is the importance of homeschooling Black children? This came with a link. Let's check out the link and then we'll discuss it.
I am Amamazama. I am Amamazama. I'm an associate professor of African American Studies, or Africology, we should say, at Temple University. I've been teaching African American Studies for 25, 26 years now. And my latest interest has been in the phenomenon of homeschooling among Black people in the United States. I have a personal interest as well as an academic one in the topic because I homeschool my children myself. I've homeschooled my children for 13, almost 14 years now. And so I was interested in what the scholarship said about why African American people do not send their children to school. We know of, again, the vested interest that African Americans have had in securing access to public education for their children. We remember in particular 1954 legal battle led by the NAACP and Thurgood Marshall on behalf of Black people. And we know that when it happened, it was seen as a great victory for us, that finally we would be able to enjoy the social mobility that is associated with formal education. And hopefully we would be able to have a better life for ourselves, for our children and generations to come. We also know that the 1954 civil rights battle was also the beginning of the civil rights movement and desegregation and end of legal discrimination against Black people. So we find ourselves in 2016 with a very intriguing phenomenon again, which is that Black people now turn their back, turn away from schools and decide they're going to keep their children home. So the question, of course, is why? And when you read the scholarship on the topic, it always says that we're doing it pretty much for the same reasons that white people do it, primarily for religious reasons or maybe safety reasons. And nothing really captures the very unique situation in which African American people have found themselves in this country. And so my research was about exploring this, especially because as a Black person myself, I know very well why I'm doing it. And I found, after going around the country and asking 74 African American homeschooling families, why are you doing this? I found that we shared a common narrative, and which is basically that we're trying to protect Black children from the ill effects of racism as it manifests itself in schools, whether it is the curriculum that makes us irrelevant, invisible, or misrepresents us, that makes us really know nothing about ourselves as African people, that makes us even hate ourselves as African people and despise Africa because of the way Africa is presented to us in the classroom or not presented to us in the classroom. And I found that many African American parents who keep their children home said, and that was very central, that for them to be truly educated, you must know about yourself. It doesn't matter what you know about other people, all the facts that you might have memorized that made you sound smart. But if you don't know anything about your land of ancestry, if you don't know anything about your history, then you are not educated. And they had, therefore, a major objection to what is going on in classrooms of America, which basically disenfranchise Black people and make Black history start in 1619 and reduce a very long history. In fact, the longest history that exists in the world, which is African history, reduce it to basically a footnote in white people's history. And so this is very, interesting because the common discourse out there is that Black people do not care about academic success, that we don't show up for parent-teacher conferences, that the children do not apply themselves. Yet when you talk to Black people who homeschool, and again, homeschooling requires major sacrifices in many ways, financially, time-wise, and so on and so forth. And you see that, in fact, there's a tremendous scare about what happens to Black children. And this is why Black parents, keep their children home in greater and greater numbers.
Yes, indeed. Kevin Carre, let's start with you. What is the importance of homeschooling Black children?
Well, you keep them out of the public school system, which has been failing our kids all these years. You keep them away from those racist And one thing the pandemic has really exposed is how the teachers treat the kids. Now that you're seeing it, teachers getting caught cursing kids out, verbally abusing them, being racist towards them. You're seeing all that. You want your kids going through all that stuff? No. So it's better you homeschool. You can't do it. You can form a league of different parents in your community, saying, you know the subject, I know the subject, Joe on the street knows the subject, Mary across the street knows the subject. You come together as a group. These schools don't teach you anything. Only thing they do is indoctrinate you. But I digress.
Yes, sir. Let's hear from Lero here. Is Lero not with us still? Okay, let's go to Jay. Jay, what is the importance of homeschooling Black children?
The importance of homeschooling in Black children is the quality of the teachers and the sense of responsibility and discipline. And I'm afraid that I'm afraid that we're lacking. I'm afraid there's not that much parents that can do that, and even if we bring our children to someone, I still believe we can't carry the weight. I'm afraid we can't carry the weight. If you know what I mean, there are too few potential parents able to teach our children better than public school. I'm sorry.
I get you. Let's see. Is Azuli still here? Azuli, what say you?
I think it's I think homeschooling would be a great idea for most people, and in order to instill your own teaching. But if your mind is corrupted too, what are you going to teach the children? So I think I get it. It's a great premise. It's a great idea. I don't see anything wrong. I don't see a negative aspect to it. Like the woman said, it's a lot of work. You have to teach your own kids. You have one person, maybe the income is not going to be the same, but at the end of the day, what is the person who's teaching the kid? What are you teaching the kid? Because if you have an Anglo-Saxon mind, like, what's the difference?
Right.
So, but I guess at the end of the day, if it's to keep your kids from getting bullied, to give your kids high morale, to keep them from getting, if you're a conservative person as a parent, and I guess it could work. I don't see anything against it. I don't think.
We have Lero who's returned. Lero, what is the importance of homeschooling Black children?
To me, I think one of the things that like a lot of us like don't really realize, and maybe it's because it's probably just an American thing, but like the school to prison pipeline is very real. A lot of our children are being like mislabeled, and locked up by the system. I'm one who, am a victim of the school to prison pipeline, and, being charged with a felony at 17 with, mind you, I didn't commit any type of like violent crime or anything like that, so it was crazy. And it was a case of racism and whatnot. But, so I think that's a main factor that we, aren't necessarily looking at, because a lot of our children are just being criminalized by a lot of these schools, whether it be an all Black school, all white school. Just a lot of these public schools are criminalizing children. But I do support homeschooling. But I'd like to see homeschooling more so in like a communal setting, like not just, parents in the home teaching their kids, which is good, but, it would be even better to see, people come together like in a community setting, a couple parents who decided to homeschool their kids, bring their children together to study, just an alternative to schooling, and not just like, maybe isolating your kids, and whatnot. So they still have that kind of social environment to grow in and whatnot. But it's a good endeavor. I support homeschooling all the way.
Thank you for that. In the chat, Athrazer says, when you teach at home, you have a higher chance of preserving your culture. This presumes you have a culture and know how to teach it. By the way, that school to prison pipeline thing is seen in the Caribbean heavy too. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, I agree with Jay. Earlier on, the Rico Cooper Photography says, we are a footnote in white folks' history. He's quoting the lady in the video. Draco Cooper also said critical race theory is of great importance, and we won't get that under the current de-education system. Right? Earlier you said without it, we will only receive a slaves and a servant's education at best, if educational at all. And he was saying that a comment he made that we need our own curriculum.
Koku, did you hear that now that they overturned the abortion in the Supreme Court? The Texas governor, he wants to challenge a 1982 ruling that says the state has to educate the children, something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. This is what they do. Let's go to Gas Sum Up. Gas Sum Up, what say you to this? What is the importance of homeschooling Black children?
Black children in homeschool, I think all Black children should be homeschooled. You can't send your children to these institutions and then ask yourself after 18 years, why is the Black community, or what's wrong with our kids and this. When you sent them to Babylon, as Dr. Sebi said, you never saw the gorilla send his kids to the polar bear for education. So, yeah, I think all people should homeschool their children. Half of the stuff that they're teaching your kids, you can teach them at home anyway. It's just people gonna have to make sacrifices. You won't work the extra shift and the 10 shifts and buy the extra Louis Vuitton and the Jordans and the extra stuff that you don't need. You got a budget, and other cultures do it, man. I see a lot of immigrant cultures. They do it. The wife makes the sacrifice. Maybe she stays at home or she works less, and they live off the husband's income, right? So if he's a baker or if he's a fisherman, she lives off the income of a fisherman. But how many people are willing to live off the income of their husband? Or vice versa. So yeah, I mean, it's just going to be sacrifices, but I think in the long run, you'll have a healthy relationship with your children. You'll be around your children. You'll spend more waking hours with your children. And when they grow up, you see that your children are more centered and focused towards what you expose them to. It's all brainwashing, so why not brainwash your own kids? But I don't know. What do you guys think?
I agree. I mean, education is a form. Propaganda is a form of education, and if your kids are gonna be brainwashed, at the very least, let it be by your own indoctrination, right? Let's welcome in Global Black African to the panel. This is the first time we've had Global Black African. How are you tonight?
I'm doing good, sir.
Great. Thank you for joining us tonight. What say you to this? What is the importance of homeschooling Black children?
I see it from a nationalistic perspective, yes, as far as nationhood. Mm-hmm. If we had our own nation, we wouldn't have to worry about homeschooling or these white schools. So, I mean, we just have to be independent. That's the goal, mm-hmm, and work towards that. Other than that, we're just gonna face the same situation, until we're fully independent.
Absolutely.
Like from a nationhood perspective.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. I think is the last person who hasn't spoken yet. Let's go to Mr. Untouchable.
No, homeschooling I think is a great idea if you consider what's going on in the schooling system in the West right now. The way the laws are trying to indoctrinate and legally indoctrinate the young people, in particular at very early ages, in respects to over sexualizing them in a particular way, making things acceptable behavior. And I'm being very careful with the language, but I think the rest of the panelists get where I'm going with that. But
yes, sir.
I also think that when you see a lot of these videos where police officers are allowed to come into the classrooms and police students. You know, these kinds of things are unprecedented. And not only that, what happens to the children, in particular girls and boys too. You know, I don't want to leave the young boys out, but young boys sometimes could be rough. We could be rough and play rough with one another. But we still shouldn't end up coming out of the school in handcuffs to be given a felony and things of that nature. The sister said that she had a felony at 17. That's ridiculous. You know, so I think that these people may not necessarily see us as kids. They see us as the other, you know, and the other meaning you could be from 15 and 14 and 13 to 99 years old. You are the other. So we're going to treat you like the other, whatever that means. So because you see video clips of young girls getting, you know, manhandled by grown men in these institutions. So I think that schooling is important. There should be an alternative. I think that as far as, you know, it's the school system, how homeschooling system and how it's set up in the States or whatnot, I think that their structures might not necessarily be like a one-to-one. My mom is teaching me. I think that they have settings where you could go to places and learn with a group of other people. And another thing too, I think that this is one of the real reasons why I look at black cults as well, because if you look at a lot of these black cults, they have their own little schools, private schools, even the National Income House schools, I think. You know, so they saw the importance of finding alternative means of education a long time ago. And they have produced, you know, pretty good people, you know, but I think that when you leave the education or indoctrination to in the hands of people who might not necessarily care for you or care about you, what the result of that is going to be horrifying. And we see that time in and time out, man. You see some horrifying results that's coming out of these schools right now, man. It's very scary for the future.
In the chat, Pro Black Perspective says we can't see Dorico on YouTube. Dorico is probably on the KWAZ radio side of the simulcast. So that's why you guys won't see his comments, but I can see all the comments from the various sources. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, I believe homeschooling is not for much of the diaspora. Parents aren't always equipped to do so. Dorico Cooper Photography says school to prison pipeline is real. He's quoting that. He says, all it takes is one felony to legally be treated as a slave in America. Sorry about that. Yeah, thank you guys for that. I think I got everyone there, right?
Can I say something about the young lady said something that I really like. She said like she prefer a commune homeschooling, and I would agree with that, because not only that you get to decide what your kids are going to learn, but they get to socialize together and create that bond that you wouldn't get if you was only homeschooling at your house and the kid didn't. So I would do the communal homeschooling. I think it's more effective than anything. So I just wanted to say I agree with what she said.
All right, thank you for that. If there's nothing else to add there, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is, why is Black Lives Matter representative Hawk Newsome calling the mayor of New York a racial slur? This comes with a link as well. Let's check it out.
On Thursday, the co-founder of Black Lives Matter of Greater New York shocked Fox News host Bill Hemmer after he used a racial slur against New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Take a look.
The subject is African Americans. I would also argue white lives matter too. Everybody's life matters here. What the mayor contends, though, is that the same reaction is not given. What would you say to him?
It was smooth the way you threw white lives matter in there. Our problem is when black lives are oppressed and don't receive justice, nobody cares. Nothing happens. Something happens to a white person, the world moves, right? So let's get back to Eric Adams, this mayor who is a Democrat, but he spews conservative and Republican talking points. At the end of the day, we have a name for someone like this, and this is someone we call a coon, right? Because he's a black man and he's a white man in blackface, and a very conservative-minded white man at that. So what we have is a man with hundreds of people on the city's payroll, billions of dollars in budget, and 40,000 police officers. He has 10 victims in one night. The night before, he had 16 shooting victims on a train. And they say, what are you going to do about policing? And he says, what about BLM? Is America not smart enough to see him deflecting? But what we elected him for, the city of New York, was to keep the city safe. This city is a war zone, and he can't stop it. So with all his power, he turns to BLM and says, what are you going to do? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to organize people in our communities to go out and preach a message of love and unification in the streets. We're going to take control of our cities because the government has failed us for decades. Even when crime is low, we're still dying. And we have to fix this problem ourselves because we believe that poverty is the mother of crime. And until we fix that, there'll never be a decrease in crime. So we're going to help our people while we build them up and empower them ourselves.
This past Wednesday, when asked how his administration would get a handle on an uptick in shootings, Mayor Eric Adams criticized the Black Lives Matter movement for failing to mount large-scale protests against ongoing gun violence. Adams said, if Black Lives Matter, then the thousands of people I saw on the street when George Floyd was murdered should be on the streets right now, stating that the lives of these Black children that are dying every night matter. We can't be hypocrites, he said. Adams has made crime the signature issue of both his campaign and administration, but is grappling with a dramatic rise in violent incidents since the start of his mayoralty. Major crimes are up 44% compared to last year, according to NYPD statistics from earlier this month. And shootings, which had already doubled over 2019, rose another 14% over the last year. To make his focus clear, the mayor has traveled to crime scenes across the 5 boroughs to talk with victims and hold press conferences. However, during the subway attack that's been the most serious incident of his tenure, he was quarantining in Gracie Mansion after coming down with COVID-19. Thank you for watching. Please be sure to visit us at rawstory.com. And if you'd like to see more of the Raw Report, please like and subscribe and join others who like their news raw too.
All right. You guys see the prompt. The prompt says, why is Black Lives Matter Representative Hawk Newsome calling the mayor of New York a racial slur? You know what the racial slur is. Let's start with Kevin Carre. What say you to this story?
Well, he is a C word. I'm not gonna use it on your show, but that's what he really is. This guy, well, he's just part of the establishment. It doesn't matter if it's Democrat, Republican; they're all the same thing. What you know? I mean, look who we had in and I think it's done on purpose. You know, in the presidential election, you got Trump or Jim Crow Joe. The New York City mayor race, it's like you had all these undesirable running. It's like pick your poison. I mean, what do you expect? This is a dead city now. It started way back when Ed Koch, I got to get a speech from 1978. He was saying this is not a city for the poor people anymore. This is going to be for the super rich. But yeah, Eric Adams it is what it is.
Thank you for that. Gas him up. What do you feel about this prompt here? Why would he be calling the New York mayor a racial slur?
I mean, I look, man, Democrat, Republican, I don't know why anyone should really care. It's all the same gang. But I do find it interesting that coon is a racial slur, right? You know, like I was joking with my friend. I said, look, in the next 10 years, husband is going to be the equivalent of the F word to homosexual men for women, right? You won't be able to say husband around women. That's going to be a slur and an attack on a woman. Right. So what they're doing is, I mean, this stuff is getting crazier and crazier with this word police. When did calling someone a coon become a racial slur? Right. I don't know. Maybe I'm you know, crazy. I mean, it's an offensive word. Is it like the N word? Is it like you know, kike or spick? No, I don't think so. But hey, look. We're living in crazy times, you know. Like I said, I'll end it with that. I'm sure in the next 10 years, mark my words, husband will be on the same level as the F word to homosexual men for women. You won't be able to say husband around women anymore, the way we're headed.
Thank you for that. Erzulu, what say you?
First of all, it's funny how another coon could call another person a coon. So I don't even understand it. First of all, I'm not taking for Eric Adams or anything. I don't think coon is a racial word, a racial slur at all. I agree with Mr. Gassimov. First of all, if Eric Adams says, let's ask Black Lives Matter, meaning that I don't know if the shooting that happened were about like did black people were doing the shooting. Maybe that's the reason he said it. Maybe he was saying that, yo, we need to talk to our kids about Black Lives Matter. So this guy is talking about about policing. Yo, I'm a conservative thing when it comes to these situations. This guy on the thing calling he got smoke for Eric Adam, but when that dude said White Lives Matter, he said, oh, all he said was that was slick how you did it. First of all, the guy from the Black Lives Matter, the whole organization has been busted out as just stealing money, putting money in their own pocket. So that's why I don't understand how a thief could call another could call Eric Adam a coon. So I don't get it. It's if Eric Adam is saying, I don't understand what I didn't get the context that Eric Adams said, let's ask Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter was saying defund the police. So there's a lot of in New York City right now. It's really bad. The crime. I don't know if it's really bad. So the mayor is gonna say what he's gonna do if he wants to not put more police into the street or whatever. He's asking why would Black Lives Matter suggest? But the whole thing is about this guy calling Eric Adam a coon. Yo, dude, you're a coon. Like, I don't get it. Like, this, I don't know what to say about this situation.
Well, I think the pro-black perspective just hit it. This would have been essentially my response. He said coon been a racial slur. It was popularized through the song Old Zip Coon. It was a slur whites used to mark blacks who acted white. Dorico says all lives can't matter until Black lives matter. Let's go to Jay on this one. Jay, what say you to this? You might mute it if you're talking. All right, maybe Jay is not here. Let's go to Luro.
Yeah, so basically like everybody else was saying, like pot calling the kettle black. Like how you can call somebody, you know, a C word and you're one yourself. But one thing that I just wanted to touch on that he said, and that which kind of bothers me because I mean I kind of understand it, but I don't think it's completely true when he said, you know, that poverty is the cause of crime completely, and that's just not true. You know, like it's not, because for one, that's to say that like, oh, everybody, you know, the crime that we experience in our communities is ridiculous. It's almost, you know, evil at some point, you know, just on what I've witnessed. And, you know, like I'm from St. Louis, you know, you go to North County, these are middle class black folks. But I'm telling you, the gun violence in that area is ridiculous. These, you know, these black people, you know, aren't, you know, poor. This is, you know, a glorification of this degenerate culture. And I think, you know, you're going to need some type of cultural revolution, you know, some type of code change that's gonna, you know, to put this to an end. It's not simply just, oh, you know, give the youth jobs. You know, I'm not saying that's, you know, they don't need that, you know, we shouldn't be, you know, addressing the youth's material conditions, but it's not just, you know, poverty that causes crime, and poverty is the reason why they're going and killing each other so ridiculously and committing all these types of ignorant, just foul acts against one another, reckless, you know. And so that's just what stuck out to me. But as far as Eric Adams goes, he's a coon, and so is, you know, BLM.
Yeah, I that part you hit on there. I talked about that on a show a good while back, maybe a year or two ago. But That's my belief, man. We got to get off of this thing that all this crime and stuff is just because folks is poor and all that kind of stuff. No, there's a financial poverty, but there's some moral or spiritual or something. There's something else that they're pouring as well, and that's why we're getting these outcomes. We got to be honest about that. Who did I not go to? Yeah, Jay didn't respond, right? So I guess we're to Mr. Untouchable. What say you to this?
Well, I heard of one of the mayor of New York City policies. I think he was trying to bring back the stop and frisk.
Yeah.
And with that law itself, I don't know. I personally think that some MFers need to get stop and frisk. But I think that should be equally applied. I don't think that you should restrict it within one group of people. But unfortunately, that's what actually happens. And when people talk about the crime being high in New York City, I wonder, because people like to look at street crime, but the biggest crimes that ever happen in New York City take place on Wall Street.
Yep.
I mean, these people are steal billions,
Mm-hmm.
billions, but because they have good diction and wear nice suits, you don't have policemen all around there walking up and down. Matter of fact, if the police are walking in that area, they are usually to protect the criminals.
Right.
That's hilarious. But this thing where we name call people, I don't necessarily like the name calling. I think that there was a very smart old man. I think his name is, I can't remember his name now. He said that when Black people talk to each other or have conversations with one another, they should be like Mr. Rogers. And I actually believe that. I think that people can have political beliefs that's completely different from you, but you don't necessarily need to. All of us in the jail together. Whether it's the person who's serving the warden and making the CO's life better, and kissing up to the COs, he in the jail just like I am in the jail, and I might not like the warden or the CO, but I am still jail. I still in the jail just like him. So and we supposed to be able to have conversations, having varying different views without badgering one another. I think that they could have their political beliefs and ideas, and we could have our political ideas too. You know what I mean? But to the victor goes to spoils. He gets up every day and he tries to ensure that his ideas, manifest. And we should do the same thing as well. If we win, we could get the spoils. So I don't. This whole thing of name calling, man, that's for the weak in my eyes. That's really for the weak, man. It's what you do, is really hold the weight, not necessarily what you name call another person. But that's just my perspective,
Did Jay ever return? I guess not. Who wants the last word on this prompt here?
This is what you call controlling both sides of the argument. Can't buy this. This is just drama at this point. This is a TV show at this point, man. The guy looks like a freaking informant. That BLM guy.
Name calling again, but okay. Yeah, thank you guys for that one.
Observation.
Thank you guys for that one. That was Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. So what we're gonna do, we'll take a few moments and do a station ID here. And on the other side, we'll drop Shoot the Breeze topic number 6, as well as the link for anyone else who wants to join the panel.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D-Web with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. This is our Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. I want to thank everyone who joined the panel tonight. We had Global here for a second. I guess he left, and we have Lero now returning. And Jay was here. I hope he returns as well. Make sure you guys check out all the other shows on KWAZ Radio. Check out the Enemies Within segment of the Pro-Black Perspective tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. The Harsh Rally Podcast, I'm sure, will be back soon with new episodes, and as well as the Revolutionary Matron on the Learning Curve. So make sure to check out those guys. Support them in any way you can. Only right now, the Pro-Black Perspective is like 980-something subs. So if you haven't subbed yet, please do. Let's try to get them to 1,000 to see what happens then, so to speak. House Ready Podcast says, working on a relaunch, by the way. Details coming soon. Okay, I look forward to that. And earlier, House Ready Podcast had said he agreed with Lero. Personal responsibility needs to be a priority. We need to stop excusing degeneracy in the name of poverty. Yeah, I've been on that for a while now. You got to come off. I understand what lack of resources can cause. A hungry man being a angry man, but we've all been angry, and we all don't go out and stab and kill and harass and harm our own people outside there. So yeah, we have to come off of that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is what W.E.B Dubois really felt about Marcus Garvey. Let's check out the link right here.
I have one question.
All right, we just got a minute. Now, where does this voice come from?
Here I am, right
Yeah,
here.
I don't see you yet, but that's all right. The light's in my eye. Oh, yes, now I see you.
Right. First of all, I like to say, just being like an ordinary brother off the street who's kind of interested in history, like I'm very thrilled to see you up here because I've read a lot of things about your husband, and like I said, it's really a thrill for me. But and my question concerns your husband, and I've read a lot of things about your husband's relationship with Marcus Garvey, and most of these things have been negative. Maybe the relationship was negative, and I maybe shouldn't even bring this up, but for clarification and for a yearning for truth in a sense, I like to know something about it.
All right, now
Right.
This has to be the last, but I'm really very glad the young brother brought this up because I'm very glad to clear up some misunderstanding. One of the weapons a man uses is to divide leaders and to say that the leaders are fighting among themselves. Still using it, isn't that the truth? So there was big noise in the United States about the controversy between Booker T. Washington and Du Bois. Big noise about controversy between Marcus Garvey and Du Bois. And these controversies never existed in neither case. Just since I mentioned Booker T. Washington, Du Bois and Booker T. Washington wrote a book together. And the book is by, I think Washington's name comes first. Booker T. Washington and W.E.B Dubois. It's called The Negro. I don't think you can find it any place, but anyhow, it was published. That takes care of that. Now, about Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey came to this country from Jamaica, coming in 1916, and he set up his association, Negro Association for Improvement. I got this in my notes someplace, and I wanted to have the name right, but you know what I'm talking about. And he had a lot of very good ideas, which, well, all right, let me go on. But he did not know conditions in the United States very well. Now, he came from Jamaica. He was an adult. And he came after the First World War. But he was able to mobilize Black people in these crowded urban centers where they had to live under terrible, terrible conditions. He was able to give them hope for something better. And he taught them industry and to save their money. Then he wanted to take those who wanted to go back to Africa. Now, the whole movement wasn't a back to Africa movement, and this is one of the misconceptions. He bought 3 ships. These were rotten ships. They never would have got past the Goddess of Liberty. He did not know so many things about corruption, about being cheated. Nowadays, a person who buys a ship, this is one of the big improvements in the United States, really the ships do have to pass an inspection. But apparently at that time, either they didn't have to pass any inspection, or if they did, these were dishonest inspections. They were rotten ships. They wouldn't have carried anybody anyplace. He was never allowed to set foot on any African country himself because, after all, this time Africa was owned completely, and they kept him out as an unfavorable immigrant or something like that. I've heard that statement at least too. When he was deported and sent back to Jamaica, he later went to London where he died. And when he died, I'm sorry I don't have with me what Du Bois wrote about him in The Crisis. I will repeat it as well as I can remembering it. He said Marcus Garvey was a man of vision. His scheme was a bit bombastic, and it was on the whole unrealistic. But this was a good, honest man who was able to mobilize and to bring together people, Black people in masses, to give them new hope, to give them new courage, to give them an understanding of themselves as nobody else had ever done. And that what he did has spread throughout all Africa and in Europe. Du Bois paid beautiful tribute to Marcus Garvey. They never fought each other as the man would like to have it thought. Thank
you. Interesting. I've never heard that talk before. I don't know if Kevin Carre is back as yet. Maybe he's not back yet. Let's go to Uzuli. Uzuli, what say you to this prompt here? What W.E.B. Du Bois really felt about Marcus Garvey through the words of his wife?
Okay, so how long did it take her to come out with that? It's funny thing that nobody knows to reach out to each other, find a way to squash the thing. But when they're young and virile, is that the word, viral? When they have their full virility, they're bashing each other, fighting each other. Once they get old, oh no, I really like them. Please, yo, I don't know. Like she just said, I don't know what's real. I don't know if they were actually bashing versus if people were just doing propaganda work and COINTELPRO work. I don't know, but all I could say is why you say that after the man is deported, or maybe or dead or whatever. So that's just how is that helping us? What she said. It's like Biggie and Tupac fighting each other, and then you find out something. Oh no, I really what yo dude, you could have took a plane and went there. You could have found a way to squash it. Why they never actually met? It's like the same thing with Muhammad Ali, even with Malcolm X. You're like, yo, aren't you men? Meet. Everybody keeps saying, oh, there was misinformation being passed, but why don't you just go meet the man? So I don't know, bro.
Dorico Cooper Photography in the chat says, side note about going back to Africa, Sierra Leone is the first African country I have heard of offering full citizenship to Black Americans, quote unquote. Gas them up. You just heard the testimony from W.E.B Dubois' wife concerning Marcus Garvey. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, it's funny. With Garvey and Dubois, they've always played Black men on opposite ends against each other. So before Garvey, it was Booker T and Dubois that were going at it. Then it was Malcolm and Martin. Then I think Farrakhan and Khalid had an issue. Then Malcolm and Elijah Muhammad had their issue. So we've always had Black men pitted against each other. I think to a certain degree, Garvey won the debate because Dubois ended up, after America betrayed him, and the people he thought were America turned his back on him. They called him a communist, and so he ends up running to Africa. The Africa that Garvey was saying everybody should go back to, he ends up going back there to be buried there and stay in Ghana. So it's ironic. I think both of them came with great philosophies that can be combined. I just think we have to get past the separation of intellectual thought and take because this guy Dubois is a very, very intelligent person. If you read some of his writing, he's very intelligent, very well thought scholar. And Garvey too is very intelligent. So I think we can take from both of them. But yeah, in reference to how they felt about and whatnot, I think Garvey definitely won the debate, but Dubois had some great musings in his writing. So that's what I take from it.
All right, thank you for that. I know Lero had to drop off the panel because she's driving. Is Jay, has he returned? What about Kevin Carey 42? Has he returned? All right, I guess not. So let's go to Mr. Untouchable. What say you about what we just heard here?
Yeah, I think that his wife was brilliant as well. People, because Dubois' shadow is so large, people forget about his wife. And I would implore anyone under the sound of my voice, after this live, they should really, search out this lady, because she has several speeches on the internet, and you could really tell her brilliance. But needless to say, Garvey and Dubois, it's unfortunate because these were two brilliant minds. I think that if they had worked together, things would have been much, much different. And I think one of the thorns, or one of the issues that Dubois had with Garvey was the fact that he was an American citizen, and as she said or suggested, Garvey didn't understand the landscape of the United States coming from Jamaica. And I think that the assumption is immigrants who come from other places, who come into the territories of America, don't have the ability to speak or take on any kind of leadership roles within America. because, and it's understandable. They have some people say, well, you all just get in the back of the line. So I could understand the thinking of that. But when you do that, you may castigate or tell a person who could possibly be the person who could liberate you, not to have anything to say. I think it's almost really ridiculous. It's almost like suggesting, some people suggest, well, because this person is a doctor and he have political beliefs and ideologies that I don't agree with, he can't help me out with my sickness. I don't want him to touch me. You know what I mean? It's so ridiculous. But these are petty, differences that these highly informed men needed to get over and really get together and get into the process of moving and working and doing the things they need to do for the collective, not for their individual egos. And I think that egoism is something that we don't necessarily talk about on address, especially when it comes in terms of leadership, but it's really killing us, man. The egos of some of these self-proclaimed people or leaders or leadership within our communities, I think is really destructive as far as productive and moving force in what we're really trying to do and accomplish. It's the ego, man.
I feel you on that one. I guess Jay is not coming back around. This idea of Du Bois and Garvey working together, was there room in their ideologies, as far as you guys can tell, for their ideologies to coexist and work in unison? Gas them up.
Say that question again, brother.
Oh, that's a whole long question to repeat. But my question was there room in Garvey's ideologies, philosophies, versus Du Bois's, for those two things to really work together? Because people always lament, oh man, if they could have only worked together. Do those mindsets actually complement each other?
That's a great question. To a certain degree, no, but I think in terms of quote unquote working together, it's funny enough. Speaking of him, may rest in peace, Kevin Samuels. He used to say something that was interesting. I'm always on code, right? He never, if you look at it, he talked about black men, but he never went after a particular black person in the manosphere in the media, right? He was always on code in terms of the image of black men. So they could have worked together in the sense to say, hey, listen, look, we don't necessarily we're not looking for the same ideological outlook or the outcome, but I'm going to respect you enough not to get sucked into being cannon fodder for the who we know is the real oppressor. They could have taken that approach, but I think I hate to say it, but Dubois is more of that college educated intellectual. He has these footnotes you read. Garvey's more of that, the materialist, right? That Marxist type of materialist, like, the seeing is believing. They only believe in what they can feel and stuff of that nature. So, yeah, I don't think you'd be able to get like a middle ground for their ideologies, but I think there could have been a middle ground in terms of their behavior towards one another and how they discussed each other. I think Garvey called him a monstrosity, and he called him a little something. It's silly. Again, it's something I've been saying about black masculinity for a while now, that competition is not masculine, right? That men shouldn't be competing with each other. To me, it's silly. Like, I shouldn't care what Koku does on a personal level. I don't care if you eat chicken on Thursday. I want the best for you, and you should want the best for me, and that's it. I don't need to know your personal life. And yeah, you see, Koku, I just saw online you ate chicken, so I'm not gonna do plant based. Get out of here. It's just this silly thing that they teach us, and I think it's quite feminine, if you ask me. And black men, we've been doing it. It's since the times of, I guess, Garvey and Dubois in this country. I think we have to find a way to get past that, because it's not benefiting us. And you know, I'll end it with this. Jay, he's the one who actually gave me this example, and it's a very powerful example, where when you're on a hunt, you know, in the old days, the men would go on a hunt. It'd be maybe 7 or 8 or 9 guys going on a hunt. You had the tracker, this guy, that guy, and they have to hunt, you know, together in a pack. And you know, you have the one who's going to run down the animal, and you have the one who's going to stab the animals and things of that nature. So, you know, they work together. So if the hunt is this beast called white supremacy, if that's the Babylon, then we got to figure out a way to hunt together and stop competing with each other. And unfortunately, Garvey and Dubois were not able to get past their egos, and you know, they're I think caught in a feminine mindset of competition. So I'll end with that.
Thank you for that. Same question to you, Erzuli. Do you think these two mindsets could have worked together, really?
I mean, if they both were for the betterment of black people in general, I don't see why not. I don't see how one's ideology could have been like, what's the word? One ideology was fighting the other, or they were headbutting together. I didn't get it.
So in the chat, KW7 says Du Bois was a multiracial and a Pan-African socialist. Garvey was an authentic African, an African nationalist. With that said, do you think those two people could have really
But what's the
worked
difference?
together?
I'm sorry, I might be ignorant. What's the difference between the Pan-African socialist and the Pan-African nationalist? What is the difference? I don't know. I don't understand.
So the socialist thing, to put it simply, it's a European kind of a solution, right? To like a European problem. It doesn't really gel well with African people, as things are currently kind of being lived out, right? Whereas Garvey was just about, we want an African nation, right? We don't want we want basically an African solution for an African problem, and that's just nationhood and nationalism. So that's roughly the opposing, I guess, ideologies between the two.
I think if it was up to Garvey, they could coexist at the time, but I don't think it was Dubois, because Dubois is a snobbish, like you just said, like the person just said. But I think if it was up to Garvey, they could have coexisted. And do your thing, I'm gonna do my thing, and we just don't step on each other's toes, or whatever. Or we don't badmouth each other. Or if we have something, we call each other on the side and discuss it behind closed doors. I think it could have. But there's too much ego and selfishness and wanting to be the first person, the first this, and yeah, ego is the killer, man.
Mr. Untouchable, I'll give you the last word.
No, I think that what between Erzuli and Gassim, the both of them brothers said something brilliant. The two statements they made, and what I feel is that they may not have been able ideologically to work with each other, but they certainly didn't have to work against one another.
Yeah.
And I think that is the issue. That is the issue. Just because we can't necessarily agree, as long as we don't step on each other's toes, the East is East and the West is West. Let's do our thing separately. But if when our real enemies come, to try to divide us and get us to fight with one another, then we put up a united front. I'm not going to talk against this man, and he's not going to talk against me, and I'm comfortable with that. At the end of the day, and I think that as far as the socialism and the nationalism aspect is concerned, the nationalists, the African nationalists, talks about the issue is the main issue is land.
Yeah.
Socialism and things like that is an economic system. So it's basically talking about what to really do with that land. You know what I mean? So I think that is that but well, it's debatable. Well, we could talk about whether Dubois was a socialist or not, but that's neither here nor there. But that's how I look at the difference between African socialism and African black nationalism. But that's neither here nor there. But what the two brothers said, with some very simplistic words, was actually very brilliant. I just really wanted to express that.
Thank you for that. In the chat, Lero earlier said Du Bois got played by the folks he was appealing to and had to renege to save himself, though some call it character development. KW7, responding to Derico Cooper Photography earlier, said, I thought Sierra Leone offered citizenship based on an African ancestry DNA test. KW7 goes on to say Du Bois was a multiracial and a Pan-African socialist. Garvey was an authentic African nationalist. Lero says, didn't Carlos Cooks give Du Bois a nasty telling of himself? Yeah, that's in that Carlos Cooks reader that Oni has. You guys should look up Oni's Discord too, so you could get that Carlos Cooks reader. KW7 says, socialist deals with class. Nationalism is race-focused, i.e. race first. Afro-Native World is here. Afro-Native World was hanging out with us last week. He said, socialism has been more popular in Africa, though, so they blocked Garvey and not Du Bois, who died living in Ghana. I think I got everyone's opinion there. We could move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 if no one else has anything else to add. I guess we still don't have Kare and Jay back, so we'll just proceed. We go to Shoot the Breeze.
Here.
Oh, Jay is here?
Yeah, but I missed the part.
Okay.
The family is sleeping where I'm staying.
Okay.
So I'll skip this question.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
No problem. We're going to go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7. Afro-Native World in the chat said Nkrumah was a mix of socialism and Garveyism, but very class analysis driven. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 7 is a message to the world from the great Sangoma Credo Mutwa. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
Awaken the mother mind within every one of you human beings. Our people believe that every human being, male or female, has got two minds, the mother mind and the warrior mind. The warrior mind looks at things logically. The warrior mind says 2 + 2 is 4. But the mother mind says nothing of that kind. The mother mind, I don't know how I can explain. The mother mind does not think in a line way as warriors do. The mother mind thinks sideways, and upwards and downwards. We must awaken the mother mind within us. We must feel what is going on in the world. We mustn't just listen to newspapers. We must ourselves feel. It is said by the Zulu people that women think with their pelvic area where children grow and are born. We must think that way. I must no longer look at a tree, but I must see a living entity like me in that thing. I must no longer look at a stone. but I must see the future lying dormant in that stone. What minerals are there? We must think like grandmothers. That's all.
We must think like grandmothers. Okay. That's interesting. First of all, how many of you guys were familiar with the great Sangoma Credo Mutwa? Kevin Carre is back. Kevin Carre, you saw that video.
I didn't see the whole video. I just got in like toward the tail end of it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll skip and I'll go to Azuli. Azuli, you saw that. What say you to it?
Okay. So I don't understand what he's saying. He's saying that we should not think with the warrior mind. We should think with the mother mind. Is that what he's saying?
That's how he kind of ended the discussion.
Okay. First of all, thinking like that got us where we at right now. So, with all due respect to the elder, I have watched a couple of his videos. He said a lot of stuff that I've yet to understand, that I don't know if I'm going to ever understand in this lifetime or whatever. But I will, what's the word? I will respectfully disagree with what he said. There's a time for the warrior mind and there's a time for the grandmother mind. That's how I feel. And right now, I don't think the grandmother time, I think the warrior mind, the 2 + 2 = 4, is more beneficial. But of course, we need the grandmother mind or whatever he was talking about.
Jay, what say you to this?
I say, we had the question earlier. How come we're so spiritual, or instead of social? What was it again? And here we are listening to this vague dude. I'm sorry, ma'am. He has never impressed me. He has never given me something that I thought was valuable. He and David Icke is those conversations between him and David Icke. I remember them, and yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't know this. Is he serious? Is he serious? A question to you, Coco. Is he serious?
I assume he is.
Okay, I'm having serious issues with believing that he's serious. That's all. I'm sorry that I spoke about the person and not the content, But I'm sorry, man.
Well, I'll tell you something, man. I personally can't stand a mystic. If you can't tell me basically 2 + 2 = 4, you can't get to the point. You know, that mysticism stuff, man. And we get a lot of that in the conscious community too. Gas them up. What say you to this message from the great Sangoma Credo Mutwa? Were you familiar with this brother, and what do you think about what was said?
You know, in passing, I've seen a couple of his videos. I like his videos personally. I think he's correct in the sense that I think, again, you know, masculinity, we have to reconsider masculinity, because what we've been taught masculinity, our concept of masculinity comes from the very people we're trying to escape, comes from the very oppressor we're trying to escape. And I think it's a very terrible concept of masculinity. The truth of the matter is, for me, again, is that when a child, you know, Chinwe Achebe talks about that, right? And things fall apart when they were consoling Okonkwo after he had to go to his mother's maternal village, because he mistakenly killed a boy and he had to leave his village. The man told him, he said, when a child is threatened, where does the child run to? It runs in the arms of the mother, runs to his mother, because his mother is the one, you know, he goes to his mother. And I've seen that with all children, right? first thing most of the time is mama, right? You know, even if you watch First 48, you see these guys, killers. They've killed like 10 people. He shot 8 people. First he says, "Yo, I just want to see my mama, man. I'll tell you everything. Just give me my mama." You know, and this guy, he's like, "Guy, you just shot 10 people. You're a murder, Mac Johnson, shoot 'em up, bang bang. You crying for your mama?" You know, so it's something, in my opinion, that I think our women have a power, in my opinion, that we can tap into. Um, Again, no one to me is gonna fight harder if you're going to battle. You know, and in the spiritual world, you know, I know Zuli, you got the Ogun, you got Chongo, you got um, what's his name, Baron Semidi, strong, very very strong energy figures, and they have power. But look, man, those women energies, those women deities, they fight hard, and they fight hard for their kids. And to me, no one's gonna fight harder for you than a mother. You know, so I'd rather go to war with the women's energy behind my back than the male's energy, in my opinion.
All right, thanks for that. Kevin Curry missed the video. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this?
For me, Credo is a little bit too deep for me too. But I know I'm pretty sure my occultist brothers would be able to appreciate this video better than I can, because I walk a middle line. You know, I walk between living in the logical world and living in the so-called spiritual world, whatever that is. I walk in between because I understand. I understand both sides. So I guess it depends on what day you speak to me. We could have a spiritual conversation and I'll bend my ear to it, and we could have a completely logical conversation. So I understand what Azuli is saying at one end, and I understand what my brother gassed him up is saying, trying to say in another. What did O.J. Simpson do when all the police was chasing him and he was driving on the road with a gun in his head? He said, "How you gonna see his mama?" You know, and some of these guys, and he's right. You know, some of these guys, biggest, broadest guys, you know, to get them to confess, the policemen will go get their mother and bring them in the room. And this is the only way they could solicit some type of confession. So I don't know. I think that the relationship between, you know, that mother relationship between herself and a child is a spiritual thing. It's something that you really can't really define it on paper or through statistics or even mathematics. It goes beyond that. You know, as far as going into a fight with a mother type of mind, I don't know. You have to, for me, like I say, I walk that line. So you have to show me that would be a greater force, a dominance, as far as fighting is concerned, as opposed to using my logical mind. But even in voodoo and spirituality, I know about Mami Wata. You know, that's a strong spiritual force, you know, in voodoo. So I don't know. So my spiritual brothers have to break it down for me better. But for me, Credo Mutwa, his spirituality is really too thick for my blood. But I understand that my occult and spiritual brothers would probably be able to appreciate it much better than I can.
Well, I think Gassed Him Up is it's pretty into that occult stuff, and I think Gassed Him Up himself is saying like it's a little bit much, right?
Yeah, no. What I'm saying is that, you know, the when you go to war, in my opinion, like, I mean, we've seen examples of, and I'm not saying that fathers don't, you know, because I'm a father, right? Because I'm the first one to say, man, get out of here with that women are the whatever BS. But no, but you know, look, when it's time to protect them kids, that mother carried those kids for 9 months, man. You know, 9 out of 10, she has a different type of bond, especially initially, that, you know, you'll see it. Like, and again, yeah, we do have some mothers who they'll throw their kid in the trash can. But again, that just shows you The same thing that can have that much love can have that much callousness, right? Like if you see that film Moana, right, and the evil thing, right, was a beautiful woman, and they took away her heart, and then she turned evil on them and messed up everything, and they finally put the heart back, and then she, brought peace back to the land. So, I think when we downplay the energy and power that our women can give us, we miss out on a very powerful force, in my opinion.
Razuli, what would you say? I'll give you the last word here. If you're speaking, your mic is muted.
Say that again. You were talking to me?
Yeah, I was just saying, what do you feel? Because Gas 'em Up is saying we should tap in to that, even in even during warfare or conflict. What would you say to that?
Nah, there's no time for that, because that part of of our brain is more nurturing, and during warfare you don't need nurturing. That's why I feel. But hey, maybe I'm just being too, because if you when you go into war, what how does
Your name is Azuli.
yeah, but you know what, there's two of them in that, right? There's one that's don't play that shit, and there's the one that's, so there's Ezuli Freda and there's Ezuli Danto. The one that we deal with in the right of during the Haitian Revolution was Ezuli Danto.
But both of them are female lawyers.
Yeah, but you could be female, but the energy is warrior minded. That's what I'm saying. The energy is warrior minded. That's what I mean. I don't mean that we can't have. I'm not trying to say female. I'm saying the energy is warrior minded.
No, I agree. All I'm saying is, if I had to go to war, give me Azuli Danto over, Baron Semedi any day. Shout out to Baron Semedi, gangster, but I'll take Azuli Danto to war any day.
But I'm saying it's the mind, it's the energy. You get what I mean? So I didn't understand what the guy was talking about, the grandmother energy. Maybe that's what got me wondering, because I think the grandmother energy is more nurturing, more stuff, but the Ezeli don't play that when it comes times for defense, or it goes on the offense. So because the Ezeli don't operates on the petrol rights, the petrol right offensive energies, if you understand what I'm saying.
You know what I want to say? Azuli, you should join the podcast network, man. You should do a show on Haitian history and lessons from Haitian history and Haitian practices and whatnot, because maybe that's what's missing now too, even from Haitians on the land. Like you're missing that history lesson and that understanding, and how it is influenced by the spiritual aspect of things and all that.
I hear you.
That means he ain't about to do a goddamn thing. Anyway, thank you guys for that. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 8. Shoot the Breeze topic number 8 is: this is why no one trusts the propaganda machine, aka lamestream media. This came with a link as well. I believe it's an article. NBC News says 11 articles written by politics reporter contain plagiarism. NBC News has ousted a politics reporter after uncovering evidence of plagiarism in at least 11 of her articles. NBC News disclosed the incident in a note to its readers on Monday, revealing it had determined the 11 articles in question, quote, did not meet our standards for original material and contain passages from other news organizations that were used without attribution. The note to readers did not name the reporter, but a source within the outlet told the Post that the reporter was Tegan Finn, who joined NBC News last June to cover politics after a stint at Bloomberg. The source confirmed that Finn is no longer with NBC News, though it's unclear if she was fired or resigned. Finn did not immediately respond to requests for comment. The source at NBC News said editors first noticed an unattributed passage in one article with Finn's byline during what was described as a routine editing process. The outlet found more examples of plagiarism after a more thorough review. NBC News has since added an editor's note to all 11 articles, which were published between over a period stretching from last September to as recently as February. The notes say that the articles contain passages that fell short of editorial standards, which has been removed from the original text. So this is the lady here, I guess, right? Tegan Finn joined NBC News politics team last June. So that's her. Okay. So the problem says, this is why no one trusts the propaganda machine, aka lamestream media. Let's shake it up a little bit. Mr. Untouchable, what did you take from this story?
Not a lot. Not really a lot. You know, I know that NBC is not really a credible news agency, anyways. So the fact that they would have fired one of their writers, for me, that really does little. You know, I'm sorry the chick lose a job, man. She can't make that big salary she'd been making, but it really does nothing for me. I think when Brian Williams, I think that's his name now.
Yeah, Brian Williams. Yeah.
He was caught misstating and misrepresenting what he actually did in the war. You know, as far as reporting was concerned, and there was a big shebang about that. I don't know if they rehired him though. Can't remember if they did or not. I think he retired. They allowed him to retire after a certain amount of time. So he got his retirement. He got his money from them, regardless of the fact that he was lying. But as far as the media and propaganda, all news is propaganda, brother. All news have a particular bend to it, and they're gonna bend it in a way that they feel is necessary is necessary for the government, for the news agency, and for the business itself, their supporters, their finances. They're not gonna say anything outside of that. So how you get your news is always gonna be funneled or filtered through that process. You have the funders, you have the advertisers, you have the government support, and then you have the business of news reporting itself. All them channels and chains of command, all your information you get is filtered through that process. And how they want to turn it and twist it and bend it, at the end of it, that's the kind of information you're going to get. So you don't have to express to me it's a propaganda machine, brother. I knew that from the beginning, you know.
Absolutely. Yeah, sum up. What say you to this?
I think a few weeks back there was a gentleman on one of the videos that said he's never seen anybody who went to Babylon and came back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is proof, you know. I don't know, you know, you dance with the devil, you gotta have two left feet. So, you know, I don't think anyone that plays around with those organizations, you know. It's like if you lay in bed with the mass murderer and then you wake up the next day and you realize, you know, say your mass murderers killed someone in your family or tried to kill you. Are you shocked? Are you surprised?
I hear you. Is Jay still with us? Perhaps not. Azuli, what say you to this prompt?
Yo, they probably caught her in something and she was about to spill the beans and make everybody look bad. They was like, let's single her out. I don't trust none of these news outlets. Like, nah. We know what happened. She's probably that person's probably being set up for being the scapegoat. And maybe they caught her in a lie and then about to expose the whole thing. Let's get rid of her. So I don't trust the news outlets anymore because we all know who controls that. So that's not a they're gonna do us dirty anyway.
Yeah. A couple, maybe like a week or two ago, I think it was the show Fox and Friends. They caught a little slip up, a little slip by this white lady on there who was complaining about, oh yeah, I think they were complaining about Elon Musk or something buying Twitter and him controlling a narrative. And she was like, that's our job, meaning her at the news agency. That's our job. That's our job to tell you how to think, to control the narrative. So they sometimes slip up and let you know what's going on. Kevin Carey, you get the last word on this prompt.
To me, it looks like they're running out of ideas. Like they're seeing that people are challenging their narratives on social media because before social media, you have to depend on the gatekeepers on what information comes out, and I guess you're really running out of ideas. Like they got nothing really more to say.
All right.
Steal from other people.
All right, thank you for that. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9. Shooter Breeze topic number 9 is waist deep in shit in the wealthiest country in the history of man. This came with a link. Let's check it out.
We turn now to a hidden crisis that's threatening lives in our most vulnerable communities. Many are living without things that most of us take for granted, like running water and sanitation. The new $1 trillion Infrastructure Act provides nearly $12 billion to fix that. In tonight's Eye on America, CBS's Adam Yamaguchi takes us to rural Alabama, where help is desperately needed.
America in the 21st century hides its shame in the backyards of the rural poor. In Lowndes County, Alabama, Perman Hardy knows all about it.
When there's a lot of rain, you cannot flush the toilet.
If you did, it would be all over your house.
Yeah. When it go bloop, bloop, get ready. Here it comes.
In the unincorporated areas of this county, where Martin Luther King famously led the Selma to Montgomery March, there's no municipal sewage system. And for an estimated 80% of households, no adequate septic system either.
It bags up in the shower, bags up in the tub, nets everywhere.
Raw sewage regularly flooded Kenneth Gordon's 83-year-old mother's house.
This the tub, the toilet, that have most of the problems.
He had to move her out.
Were you concerned about your mother's health?
Yes, very, very concerned about her health.
Untreated sewage can lead to bacterial infections and intestinal parasites. The only solution is a new system. But the hard clay soil here requires specially designed septic systems that can cost as much as the median household income in Lowndes County.
With the brown car in the brick house.
Which is why Sherry Bradley of the Alabama Department of Public Health and Perman Hardy are taking matters into their own hands.
This is the first meeting of the Black Belt Unincorporated Wastewater Program.
Bradley and Hardy raised $700,000 in donations to install working systems.
4 years ago.
Qualifying residents make a one-time down payment, then pay a $20 monthly fee.
Every time it rains, people, they know what might happen. They know that sewage may shoot out and come back in their house.
What sort of damage does that do?
I can't imagine. I just can't imagine. Thank you so much for having me out here.
But on this day, Bradley and Hardy's teamwork paid off. They got a new septic system installed at Ernestine Gordon's place.
I am so happy that I don't have to come outside and look at this. It's going to go that way instead of that way.
And Mom said, hallelujah, hallelujah.
It's a great day.
It's been a long, hot day.
Rena Gordon can only hope she's next.
Do you know when that might happen?
I really don't know. I hope it be soon.
Adam Yamaguchi for Eye on America, CBS News, Lowndes County.
Yeah, that this reminds me of some stuff you'll hear ADOS FBA talking about, that immigrants are running from their country. They jacked up their country, so they're running, and you'll hear people trying to clown an African based on the stereotypes and the images, and then you'll hear them say stuff like, well, we don't have nothing like that going on, and that's just not true. The history of it says otherwise. You guys, you go down south. I'm in the Northeast. When you go down south right now, you go North Carolina and stuff, you'll see people walking out some houses that you would have never, or some buildings, I should say, you would have never expect someone to have been living in. And believe it or not, in this so-called wealthiest country in history, there's all kind of things going on here that are akin to third world status, current going off and all this kind of stuff. Kevin Carre, what say you to this?
Yeah, looking at the story, it just says here on out, man, we really can't depend on the government to help us. We have to get together to help ourselves. You know, these people, God knows how long these people have been living there. And I understand it's unincorporated, but why didn't you get the area incorporated? You know,
right.
You're dealing with all this stuff. And at some point, when you have human waste in your yard, doesn't it affect you mentally to say, yo, there's got to be some kind of change?
Yeah.
You know, and the other problem that gets me too, especially down south, is I bet a lot of these people are giving all that money to their pastors.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sum up. What say you to what you just saw?
Shout out to Alabama. I lived there for a little bit. I like Alabama.
Okay.
I think that I saw a lot of funny things, you know, because, you know, someone who, as a person who goes to Nigeria a lot, they're Nigerians that wouldn't even live in that condition.
Right.
You know, like they're Nigerians that are living a lot better. Like the fact that the sewage comes back up, it's like, that's just crazy. Like, you know, I think it piggybacks your point about the ADOS criticism. Also, for me, it shows, you know, like I've told people all the time, like the way that Western houses are created, once you remove electricity and plumbing, it's really a terrible place to live in.
Mm-hmm.
It's not really a good place to live in. You know, I'd rather build something that's more you know, because like even with waste, traditionally in African societies, you would dig a very deep pit down in the ground. They would go deep and dig a pit, and people would put the waste in there. And once it would rise up, then you would cover it and, you know, allow that to, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Obviously, they're not going to do that in America, but I do think perhaps we need to rethink what we call housing and how housing is supposed to look. Because, you know, once you remove plumbing, like I said, plumbing and electricity, a lot of these houses are no longer viable places to stay.
Okay. All right. The J return. Okay, Izuli, what say you to this?
In the word of the mayor of New York, West Black BLM right now.
Right.
So they have money. They have money to send to the Ukrainian, and then there's no money for Alabama. There's no money for Flint, Michigan. What's BLM? Oh, are they out buying $6 million houses, $9 million houses? Hey, well, these people need to go and speak to the people who they voted in. Where are those people? How come those people are not doing anything for them? Where's the House of Representatives? Where's the senators? All this money is going where? Like, so again, like we see it's the black family, and when people say, if you say something like that, oh, there's no more racism, where's Candace Owens? Where are these people? So these people there, they just going through it because they're just poor people? Like, I don't understand it. They own homes. Like, where? I guess they have to put in the work, I guess, to make those people listen. So, and then they're gonna charge the people to bring in like, where are the people's taxes going? Like, this is very very corrupt society, man. America's this, and then you're right, Mr. Gas him up. The ADOS won't talk about that. They're not gonna talk about this situation. So They want to talk about, oh, we stood in fort. What y'all did with Flint, Michigan? All y'all did was collect water to send. Y'all didn't make them. They changing it now, I guess. But this is a sad existence, man. This is really a sad existence.
Let's go to Mr. Untouchable. You get the last word here.
Yeah, I think I find this interesting because we get online and we like to make donations to build museums into the millions of dollars. You know, use that money to buy a bunch of shovels and send the people who with the same energy, you know, where they on in spaces talking about we this and we that, whatever. Send them down to Alabama to go dig some holes and some the things is needed and necessary. Then rent some tractors and holes so you could build get a proper hole going and get some cement or whatever have you to at least build whatever $2 million or $2.5 million worth of material could buy and build and secure that community. Secure that community. Y'all like to donate and talk junk. Why don't you do that? Start there instead of building your museum. That's only gonna help one person's pocket. You know what I mean? That 2 million can help a whole lot of people. You know, but these people, they big talkers online, man. Big talkers. And I think it is a sad day. The fact that this is like these people like to claim the one of the wealthiest places in the history of mine, and you built this country. Well, when you build a country, you have to maintain the country that's being built and maintain the people who have to exist and live within it. And if these are your people, you do something about it. The men of that community, I feel, should have responded to what's going on instead of trying to get a bunch of women in the room to complain to the government about what's going on, because obviously they don't give a shit. It's been happening for a long time now. So you gotta hire daddy to come in there and fix your problem. I feel like the men of the community should have responded to this a long time ago. But it's unfortunate. And it's not only happening in this particular Black community in America, but it's happening in a lots of other communities that exist within America and outside of it, unfortunately.
Absolutely.
What I would suggest is they buy like they rent like 4 trucks, put all the septic tank water in there, and go to the part of Alabama where there's a lot of rich people and just open it and drop it there. That's how you make a statement. They're not going to change this. Like
That's
you
really,
said,
you want them to die?
Who?
That's really, you want those people to die?
No, I'm talking about just drop it in the well, it is.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. You want those Black people dead?
Oh, okay, I got you. My bad.
Absolutely, yeah, man. You've never been to Alabama, man.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, I agree on this one. I'm just saying that, like, what Mr. Untouchable said is right. Freaking Dr. Umar, these fake museum building, polite, all these people, they collect money. They could have used some of it and put some money down to help those people out, but the shit is fixed, man. It's all a game, like the comedian from the comedian said from The Watchmen. This is a comedy, man. It's all a joke, man.
I'll let that be the last word for that prompt, man. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. What I'm going to do is I'm going to post a topic so everyone could be aware of what it is. We're going to check out the video that's coming along with this topic. But first, I want to just remind you guys of the fact that I am part of a podcast network.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is W.E.B with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right, Shoot the Breeze topic number 10, the power of herbal medicine. Let's check out the link that came with this.
Greetings. I am here with the Honorable Priest Kailash of Food of Seven Vegan Restaurant. Prince Kailash, tell us a little bit about the Food of Seven.
Well, give thanks. I must say before I start that I've always considered you to be a very beautiful woman. Keep on portraying the natural look and the natural lifestyle. It actually saves the lives of many young women outside there. Well, the Food of Seven Vegan Restaurant is a brainchild of myself and my wife, Honorable Empress Ethiopia. I myself been a medical school graduate. I did about 2 years studying in Cuba. Spartan Medical School University, but graduated from the American University of Antigua College of Medicine. I'm a man who grew up with my grandmother, meaning that I was exposed to herbal medicine from the early beginnings, whereby I used to run and get this herb for if the fever is high, the pressure is high, the sugar is high. So I always marveled at how a simple herb could just reverse if you had a fever, you have a headache, or any of these things. So going to medical school actually just allowed me to validate, the efficacy of the herbs compared to what we call today conventional medicine, allopathic medicine. So the Food of Seven provides people who want live foods, they want to live. It provides them an alternative from the common day, what we would call your steak and your chicken and chips. So if it is that you're looking for a place where you could come and dine, angel's food, royal food that gives you life and rejuvenate the entire cellular structure of your physical structure, you could come right here and get everything good. Most people, when you say, Empress, you have to go more natural. But you might say, well, I don't have any space. All around my house is concrete. We cannot do it. It's hard. I don't have the time. I mean, we've been here for less than 2 years, and it's you could see that it's an urban area. And we just fence up and organize and put our dirt and our compost and organize it natural, organic, no chemicals whatsoever. That's just to show people that you could do it. If you have a tire, you could put some dirt inside of that tire, sprinkle some seeds, and there you go.
Give us a little idea of what sort of herbs you have in your garden.
Well, in our garden, we have approximately 108 herbs. We have the vervain, the blue and the white one. The vervain is one of the richest sources of iron. The plantain, which is a very, very good herb also for the eyes. We have cassia lata, which helps to rejuvenate the liver. We also have basil. We have about 5 varieties of the basil, which is a good carminative, which just calms down the system. Aromatherapy, you could just breathe it. The rosemary, excellent for headaches, migraines, whatever, you understand? And
fresh from the garden.
Fresh from the garden.
Yeah.
You understand?
Can't beat that with a cricket bat.
The first thing that one must do is love themselves. If you love yourself, and look ahead, it's junk food. Junk is synonymous to rubbish. You have license to sell intoxicating liquor. That means that's poisonous liquor. It's intoxicating. So the answer to cancer is loving self. Then you examine your lifestyle. You change your whole mentality. You begin to eat better. There are many herbs right here in the Caribbean, right here in St. Lucia, right here in the garden. Periwinkle, what they call vinca menor, that contains vincristin and vinblastin, what they call tamoxifen, which is a chemotherapeutic agent. So many patients with Hodgkin's lymphoma, you make a compound from periwinkle, the neck might be that big, and within next to no time, it's down. There are people who have had cancer. I mean, they've had lymphomas, breast cancer. And when doctors give up on them, you are able to rejuvenate the system, because we don't only target the physical self, we target the emotional self. When people get educated, they get counseled. You say, okay, sister, this cancer that you have didn't just come about 5 minutes ago, not when you began feeling the lump. It takes about 15 years for cancer to develop, right? So this person understands that, look, I have been living with cancer for 15 years. That means that I could do something for the next 15 or 5 or 10 years, whereby I could naturally eradicate that cancer I'm suffering with.
And regenerate your body, your mind, your soul, and your spirit. Priest Kailash, truth, power, and strength. Give thanks for the knowledge. Folks, listen, you can get in touch with Priest Kailash, book your private consultation, come sample the vegan cuisine, and start changing your path and trot a different path. Healthy for life. That's what we say in St. Lucia.
I'm Janelle Bonter. Thank you for joining me. If you want to find out more about health and wellness in the Caribbean, or you want to plan your own healthy getaway to St. Lucia, visit the show online at islandexclusive.com.
Interesting. I always thought she was a good-looking sister for sure. Let's start off with Azuli this time. Azuli, what say you about the power of herbal medicine and what you saw in that video just now?
I say health. I say anything to to eat for health. I remember I was reading Dr. Layla Africa said most of our spokesmen can't even control what they put in their foot and their mouth. How could they even start a righteous movement to protect the life of Black people? So food is everything. What goes in your mouth is important, because if you don't have the body, you can't. If you don't have a healthy body, you can't fight, you can't read, you can't have kids, you can't make love to your wife, or vice versa. I say this to say this society is very against these type of medication. Even when you speak to your own people, they'll tell you that's bush medicine or that's voodoo shit. That shit don't work. Most of our people are programmed to believe that the medical field has our best interest. So there's people right here could help you out, but they will go against that. They don't want to change their habits, their eating habits, their sleeping habits. And like they said, like this person said, he said he went to medical school, right, which helped him validate the power of herbal medicine.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of our people don't believe in that. Even so, I agree with this. This in itself is a self-awareness revolutionary act in itself, to choose what you eat to heal your own body with what your ancestors used to do to heal your body. That's a very powerful act.
Yeah, I never understood, and I saw it echoed in some sentiments by Dr. Sebi on the Hawk Newsome show. I never understood why, outside of the NOI, to me, we never really had movements that kind of stressed diet, and in particular, an African diet, so to speak. You know, something that's more in tune with our physiology. Gas them up. What say you to this? The power of herbal medicine.
No, I agree with the brother in the video. Very, very powerful brother. And I think it's a great thing that he went to Cuba, going to Cuba and going to medical school, and then also talking about growing herbs, even in an urban space. But I wanted to ask Azuli a question, and maybe he can answer it later. I know you have to follow who's in line and stuff. But one thing I would say, you know, when you, at least for me, that I've observed, when a person is healthy, your energy, of course, your electricity, your bioelectricity is much, you know, you're on a higher frequency. And I would suggest that it even plays out in your spiritual work. And I don't know if Razuli can testify to that, because whether or not, even if a person's a Christian or they're Abrahamic faith, if you're healthy and you're praying, you have a certain level of energy. Then when you're sick and you're praying, the same thing if you're doing some sort of root work and you're not in a Christian Abrahamic faith, if you're into something else. So I wanted to ask Razuli what he thinks about that. Like, do you think the you know, like even in voodoo and in Haiti, if those people, if our people were healthier, following like the Dr. Sebi diet, like if the people who were doing that were much more healthier and focused on health, how much more powerful do you think their voodoo would be? I want to hear your thoughts on that.
Azuli. I guess Azuli stepped away. Kevin Carey, 42. What say you to this prompt? The power of herbal medicine.
You gotta eat what the Most High give you. You know, living, you know, being in a major city, you're always running around. You never really have time to really sit home and cook, but you gotta make time. But the other thing that bothered me, and it's funny that this problem came up today. I was thinking about this during the week. Is, and this was said many times before, how fast food is cheaper and high quality food is very expensive. You know, doesn't it cost more to make fast food, you know, with the different components compared to growing that's the natural food in the ground? You know, it's all based on, you know, money. And you know, when you live in these cities, that you eat the bad food, you end up in the hospital. then you got to go through big pharma to get, medication that can cure you, so-called cure you, but instead the best cure is from the Most High, the stuff you plant in the ground.
Mm-hmm. In the chat, the House Rally podcast says, yes, herbal cures work. However, this generation is addicted to fast cures. Herbal remedies require time and also coincide with diet and lifestyle changes. People rather pill pop than do that. I saw Zuli, who's back and forth for a second here. I guess he's trying to figure out his audio. Let me see if he's back now. Zuli, are you there?
Yeah. To answer the question is, I believe that even in the Haitian spirituality, the Haitian food people participate, they are also not eating right. They're eating the same food with the same. I'm talking about the peoples in the cities, the people that I know who are practicing. Most of them are not eating properly either. So I believe that if the more proper you eat, your body would probably be more conductive to the spiritual Afro world. So, but even I've seen people who participate in that spirituality. They also don't eat the right way. They're eating a lot of meat, a lot of Maggi, a lot of MSG, a lot of grease. So it's not just in the secular, technically the our world that we live in, but even people who practice spirituality sometimes don't eat the right way too.
I don't think Jay is here again, so let's go to Mr. Untouchable.
Yeah, I think that with brothers like these, the system is afraid to death of men like these kinds of men who understand medicine, not only from a Western standpoint, but they understand alternative medicine.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that people are frightened. Well, big pharma and corporations are frightened to death over it. I think that, as I said before, we are in a food revolution. And it's unfortunate. I think that we do follow the Western system. So when the white guy say it's okay to do it, that's when you're gonna find Black people starting to do it. But the Rastas, as far as my community is concerned, they've been talking about ITIL is vital and things of that nature from back in the day. Nobody was listening to them because of how they looked. And now we see, from our meat consumption, all the cancers that is developing. And people are taking a second look as far as their diets are concerned and understanding food a little bit differently. And they are changing their habits. Many in certain circles are changing their food habits. In fact, corporations, because they understand the food revolutions that's happening right now, are offering alternative meat. What they call it? I can't remember the hamburger name. Something
Impossible.
Beyond Meat. Something
Beyond
like
Meat and Impossible Burgers, yeah.
Yes. So obviously the white guys now following the trend, and I don't believe in the so-called Beyond Meat because I think that they put different chemicals in those things too. Mm-hmm. But I think that these corporations who have been selling food crack to our communities for many years are afraid to death of men like these kind. When this guy came to Nassau and went on the radio, there were so many people lined up because at the end of the day, people who are sick, their big thing is they just want to get better. Mm-hmm. And they're going to find anybody who can help them get better. And when the pills stop working or stop being effective, they're going to try to find alternative means in trying to get better from their sickness, no matter who it's from. So it's good that these people are able. This guy, he really almost started up because when he got on the radio and started explaining the Bahamian diet and started explaining the food and even down to the pots that we use to cooking and how it affects the body, there was lines of people trying to actually meet this guy and trying to talk to him, get assistance. I mean, he could have been a very wealthy man if he was to just go through the Caribbean and explain and break down these things. But as we get into the information age and as we get into understanding not only, as far as our daily habits, how we eat and think and do all those things, I think that people are gonna be challenged to change, or they gonna die. You know what I mean? It's always that alternative too. And some people, and I've seen it. You see watch these 600-pound series where women and men eat themselves to death. Some people are gonna die. We understand that, but some people gonna choose life, and they
You
fight.
said you like the big girls.
Right. I was thinking that too. That's probably your favorite show on TV.
No.
With a bottle of Jergens right next to him.
That's morbidly obese. Lizzo ain't morbidly obese. She have a couple more years to go, so she could take some. Anyways, I just think that people are taking a second look, and I think it's a good thing. And with brothers like these and Dr. Sebis of the world, hey, many doctors, medical doctors, breathed a sigh of relief when he died. Believe you me. So, and I really didn't buy into a whole lot of Dr. Sebi's claims, but I think that he was doing things that was helpful for a lot of people in the community and where he lived in, and even in other parts of the world. So I think that this is a new trend, and I think that people are gonna become very wealthy off of this whole idea of alternative medicine and eating and things of that nature. There are some things that people used to say back in the day that people looked at and scoffed at. I remember when Elijah Muhammad say 1 meal a day.
Yep.
And alternative fasting and things they call it alternative fasting now, but it was 1 meal a day could bring down your weight, could bring down your blood pressure, could bring down all these things. When he said that back in the day, people say he was crazy. Now the white guys put a label on it and say it's alternative or intermediate fasting. Now everybody gonna jump on the train, but you watch and see. I think that the world is in an information revolution and a food revolution, and people are going to take a look at their eating and dieting habits. I believe that. I'm more optimistic than Azuli is pessimistic, but that's what I believe.
And by people, you mean black people, correct?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Hey, Coco, I wanted to push on Azuli a little bit further, because Azuli, you said the people are not eating healthy. So again, in the astral and the spiritual world, what do you think the results would be from their spiritual work? How much stronger do you think their spiritual work would be if they were eating healthy?
I think the spiritual work will be a lot more easier, because at the end of the day, I believe that your body has to be ready for the spirit to come into your body, or whatever the supernatural. In order for your body to be a good conductor, I believe you have to be eating properly. And then you see, and also even some statistics said a lot of the crime that's happening in our neighborhood, a lot of the hyperactivity in the kids is due to the diet. So if the diet could affect your ability to pay attention in school and all of that, imagine if your body was at tip-top shape, how your body probably be a better conductor to get in tune with the cosmos than we have now. Technically, because I just told you, I don't know if I told a story last week about the guy who brought the Star Trek DVD VHS to his people, and the people said, "Oh, those people could do that too." In order for you to teleport or to do that, I guess your diet has to be different. It can't be Popeye, McDonald's, beer, and all of this, and Lizzo type of girls like for Mr. Untouchable. You can't do that.
Mr. Untouchable, what would Lizzo do if you stop her from eating the Popeyes, man?
Nah, I'm eating Popeyes on the stomach. Me eating McNuggets together.
See, why would Lizzo want to lose weight? They got Negroes like this guy talking about, oh my God.
In the chat, there's been some activity. Pro Black Perspective says, yeah, Rasta and Ethiopians been on a healthy food. He said Ethiopians been vegan. He says that show how he pick a woman. That shows how he picks a woman. And he says Lizzo is morbid, bro. Talking to Mr. Untouchable. The Harsh Reality Podcast says intermittent fasting is the term. Yep, Joe Rogan pushes it. Pro-Black Perspective says, honestly, white people were pushing the stuff before Sebi and Elijah. Alkaline diets were an older diet idea. Yeah, a German guy, in fact, was pushing that first.
Yeah, Arnold Ehret.
Right, and Sebi actually learned it from a Mexican dude. So,
and the guy, one of the guy that came up with one of the first cure for cancer, I believe, is the guy you just said. Like he was talking about eating an alkaline diet from the beginning. So it's, if your body's in top shape, your mind becomes in top shape. It's just like for example, like what's his name that used to play for the Chicago Bulls? He played for the Knicks now. What's his name? Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose kept getting injured after every time. And then I look at Derrick Rose, his face always had pimples with pus and everything. You know what causes that? That dairy. But you think he's the people that's doing his diet at the time would tell him, yo, you have to put the dairy down. But in America, where most people drink milk, most people in America are suffering from bones loss. What's that shit called? Osteoporosis or something like that?
Osteoporosis, yeah.
Yeah. So Derrick Rose kept getting hurt. His bone kept getting, but he's operating under milk, eating cheese, all of that diet. So, yeah, man, the diet is very important, I believe, man.
No, I agree, because one thing, like I tell people all the time, like I said, even if it's prayer, I tell people, like, hey, listen, if you think you're gonna pray for someone and you're morbidly obese or you're overweight, your prayers, your bioelectricity, because we all carry bioelectricity within our bodies. Like, just sometimes, you can touch someone and they feel a certain energy when you touch them. Like the brother is saying, like, certain energies or entities coming into your body. When you're doing astral work, if you have a very weakened body, man, by the time, the spirit gets done with you, you see the people with the nosebleeds but if you have a strong body and you take care of your body, and I'm not saying take steroids and lift weights, I'm talking, eat healthy, get enough rest, stretch, again, look at Kevin Samuels, rest in peace. The guy, like Azuli said, he's drinking Red Bulls all day, not probably getting enough sleep. He looks like one of those fancy capitalist guys. So everywhere he goes, he eats a steak, so he probably has clogged arteries. And then you add Viagra on top of that. It's a recipe for disaster, man. You're going to collapse and die on top of the woman. But, some people are saying that's the way to go, die in a woman's arms. So I don't know. Maybe Coco, what do you think? Is that the way to die?
That's probably one of the best ways to die. I'll tell you that much. Hopefully he was finished the deed and not just.
Hey, he was coming.
That's what I was about to say. You have to finish the deed.
So hopefully he was coming instead of going.
Yeah,
no, he was coming at the same time.
Exactly. In the chat, the Harsh Reality Podcast says, "Yep, inflammation. Someone's got noise going on." He says, "Yep, inflammation. I just helped a chronic knee issue I was having, cutting carbs and wheat-based products for like a month. Food is medicine." He said, "I heard Kevin Samuel also had that job not too long ago too, but let me not spread any rumors." He says, "I heard KS
What
also
job?
had that job not too long ago."
Okay, I get it.
What's the job?
I guess
take off the O and put an A.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Actually, maybe I read that wrong. Actually, maybe it does say job. Yeah, I had heard something too. Sorry about that. Yeah, it does say job. I had heard something too. That he was recently jabbed and all that stuff too. And with this, what's it called, myocarditis and all that stuff that's rumored to pop up from the jab. Who knows, But again, I heard he said he had cancer at a young age and this, that, and the other. So he had some issues going on there, man. And I think Yasimov kind of nailed the kind of character guys like that tend to be, steak and potatoes type dudes. You know what I mean? So that's not a healthy.
Yeah, definitely not healthy for you, eating steak all day. I mean, I'll see the videos. These guys, like, they got the videos with and I don't know. I don't think I've ever. No, I've had a steak, but when I was young, but not maybe since 15 years. I won't lie. I haven't eaten a lot of that stuff, but I don't know if you guys see these videos where they baste the steak and they do all this extra stuff, and then the meat looks pink. And I went and researched it, and they're like, "Oh no, it's okay to eat the pink meat and all this stuff." But I'm like, I don't understand how that's healthy. Eating almost uncooked meat.
Yo, got some of all of that is imitation. They want to imitate. They think that's the way to live. Like me, I don't eat meat anymore. But when I used to, I wanted my steak to be as cooked as I don't want to see nothing red in there. But in order to be like this is like when you have your steak medium rare, they think that's high class. That's like you've arrived. That's like playing golf. So that's the diet. I agree with you, bro. Like I could not even like. How do you eat that?
I personally think that you drinking that Red Bull and snorting that Viagra, you crush it up and snorting that, and then you're gonna mess with some Megan Thee Stallion young chick at 32 and he's 54. his heart can explode. That's what I think.
Wait, people snort Viagra?
That's what I think he was doing. Just
wow.
snort Viagra, take a Red Bull. And mess with them young chicks, and he's an old dude. I just personally think his heart exploded. I just personally think that. I don't know.
First of all, stop saying the man is an old dude. The body could live up to 125 years at its best.
How old is that? How old?
Azuli, you're breaking
Come
up.
on.
Azuli, how old is that chick you was talking to last week?
Yo, wow. Yo, shorty wanted my whole 20. I give it 10.
People hit me up like, what transaction was Azuli doing, man?
Azuli, something happened when I left?
yeah. Azuli was on the panel. Just after you left, Azuli was on the panel, and then we hear a woman's voice in the background demanding her money. Like, where's my money, man? And he's arguing. He's arguing like, yo, give me a second, I'm coming.
Azul, you gotta stay out of the Bronx, man. You gotta stay away from the Bronx, brother.
A full sexual favor transaction on a podcast.
But you know what's so funny about Kevin Samuels? There's literally herbal roots. Like in Nigeria, they have something called bruntachi. And if you drink this, even forget the brunt, if you eat cola nuts, like it's been known to arouse, to increase your erection strength. And you can eat cola nuts. You see those old African men, right? They would just be eating the cola nuts, drinking this thing called bruntachi, and they'd be in their 70s killing the backs of these young girls. And it's like, dude, he could have went to Nigeria, got some bruntachi, and ate a cola nut. He didn't have to drink that Red Bull. He'd still be alive. I don't know. It's just
in Jamaica, we eat something called horny goat weed too. Look it up.
Oh, exactly. You know what I'm saying? He could have horny goat weed, drank a Guinness stout or something, and he'd have been fine.
Yeah, taking some agony, man. We used to call it drink in Jamaica called agony.
We need to find out how we can get that bruntachi and sell that in New York. Make some money.
Yeah, man.
It's not FDA approved. I don't want the FDA after me, man. USADA, I don't want no beef.
All right, we've just about hit midnight here. We could, and that was prompt number 10. We could shut it down here. Want to thank all you guys for tuning in tonight. Want to thank you guys on the panel tonight. Gas them up. You want to shout out anything?
No, man. Just appreciate all of you guys, man. Keep up the good work. Anyone wants to reach me, you can reach me. Gas them up at gmail.com. GASDEMUP at gmail.com.
Yes, sir. Azili, anything you want to shout out?
First of all, that was not a transaction.
Shout out the prostitute that you was talking to last week.
First of all, that was not a transaction. That was it was what it was, but that was not a transaction. I'm getting off.
It sounded pretty shady, man. It was like late at night.
First of all, whatever I'm saying on the record, that was not a transaction. Thank you very much.
And she sounded very strong. She wanted her money, man. Come on, man.
Oh my God.
Mr. Untouchable, you want to shout out anything?
No. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to everyone. It's been a great night. Urzuli, you ain't send me that movie you're supposed to send me those. You need to stop flopping me, man. Send me that movie.
So you gotta send me your email. Are you gonna send it to the Discord?
I sent it in the private chat. You didn't see it last week?
No, I didn't see it. It didn't come in for me. That's why.
I can put it in the private chat right now. Look at the private chat.
Go ahead. Put it right now.
Yeah.
All right. I think Jay is gone. Kevin Carter, anything you want to shout out?
Yeah, well,
I'm here. But my shout out is to the panel, to the listeners, and to our people. Let's love our people. Let's love each other. Good night.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yo, hold up. Jay sounded like he was doing a transaction too.
I said, man, always great with you brothers, man. Always a great Saturday night. I wish we can go longer, but hey, it is what it is, man. So much knowledge, man. So much knowledge on this core.
Yeah, 4 hours is a lot.
Yeah.
Azuli, check the private chat, bro.
Yeah. Azuli, there's a message.
I got it. Listen,
Mr. Untouchable, the appearance from that brother, the Rasta brother who was just talking there.
Yeah.
The appearance on radio, is that online? Is that on YouTube?
It's been like a while since I heard that. That happened like maybe 2 years ago. And he check what's the news station name? 10. Oh shit, I have to remember. I'll put it on the Discord.
Okay then.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, guys. You guys be good. We'll be back next week, Saturday, for Shoot the Breeze. I'll be back during the week. I'll see you guys soon. You guys be good. Peace.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.